Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You know what it is. It's Deck Techs. We've got two lined up for you for today. I think some particularly interesting builds. And as always, if you want to catch us on stream, do this every Wednesday from 2 to 8 p.m. PST. And if you just drop by and you want to have your deck teched for the day, you just head to Mirrored again. The link in the corner for Ko-fi, and a $30 donation gets you your deck tech right now today. But first on the list, we have Tannock Memorial Enzyme deck from Tarbeast. All right. Oh, and hello, Electman. I was caught up in my one drop rant. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, absolutely the In Spirit. I think Yuna Grand Summoner is a very cool commander that is like that, and Saga's pretty straightforward. I think unless you feel like it's particularly unique, I'd love to see the In Spirit list. And hey Targ, yes, you can be last. There's only two on for today, but if I any more that I get, I will put in before yours. Hello, Professor Colin. All right, so Tannock Memorial Enzyme. This is not the most popular Tannock. This is not the mono red one. This is the uncommon. So for 3 mana, you get a 2/4 with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it deals a damage to each opponent. And if it's the second time the ability is resolved this turn, draw a card. So this could be a pretty straightforward landfall deck. This just gives you, one of many replaceable like Gruul outlets for landfall, right? But I like the direction that Tarbeast took this one, and I've got some suggestions on playing with Tannock specifically. So let's take a look at the deck first. I've got it in stacks because that's actually the way that I prefer to view decks, but I'm going to switch it to grid so we can see more, because I realize the fastest way for me to identify a card is by seeing the name printed on an actual Magic card. I don't know why. I think it's like the art doesn't matter to me so much anymore, since there are multiple arts for pretty much everything. And it's hard for me to, like, my brain doesn't work as fast if I just see the name in text. But if I see the top of the card, I'm like, bang, I can remember what's going on there. Okay, so at the end of the day, this is still just Gruul landfall, right? So we have a lot of the usual suspects: Lotus Cobra, Springheart Nantuko, Azusa for extra land drops, Scoot Swarm because the card is busted. We have some new friends like Traveling Chocobo, which doubles your landfall triggers. Don't forget, it's not just a bird card. It does double your landfall triggers for half the price of the other card that did this. Ancient Green Warden. Yeah, we have a lot of these. Ooh, thank you so much, Cecil. A Ko-fi donation. Always appreciate that. Let me. Oh, you have and you're requesting a deck tech. Cool. You can send me the deck list in whatever way that you please. You could do that in the Discord. You can do that maybe in I don't remember if you can. I don't remember if you can post if you can just send it in the chat, but if it doesn't get immediately removed, then I can take it there too. But I think the Discord is usually the best way to send it. But cool. Excited to see what you send. Okay, so yeah, we have a lot of the usual suspects for Gruul Landfall. Where this gets a little different is you'll also notice a lot of cards like Torbran, O'Hare Ashenil, Solfim, damage amplifiers, since we have a pinger in the command zone. Tanic does deal 1 damage every time. And this is similar to Ashling, the mono red Ashling from Modern Horizons. So this is whenever a land you control enters, it deals the damage to each opponent. That happens every single landfall, including the second one. It's just if this is the second time this ability resolves, you also draw a card. So we're always getting damage, so if we can pump that up, great. But you'll also see stuff like Perforos, Weftstalker Ardent, Agate Instigator, cards that are pinging our opponents when creatures enter. Because this deck is also leveraging the extra creatures we're putting on the board with cards like Scoot Swarm, Rampaging Baloths, and we'll see later on some other ones like Zendikar's Royal, to also ping our opponents every time that lands are hitting the board. Because it's just landfall, make token, one of these things pings our opponent. And then that damage is also amplified by the cards like Solfim and O'Hare Ashenil. So we've got a landfall deck that is pinging out all of our opponents evenly as its main win condition. And I like that because I think strategies that are not focusing on a particular player get some like political advantage, because then no one person is like, well, you've been attacking me, I gotta retaliate. It's like, my cards just say deal 1 damage to everybody. That's just what it does. From my experience, those get away with more before the rest of the table is like, whoa. We've taken 30 damage from pingers. We need to deal with this player. Rob the Princess, hold those thoughts. Hold those thoughts, because that's a very good thought. Hang on to that. Let's see. I don't think there was anything else here. I guess the other noteworthy one, we have Tiller Engine, which untaps your lands that enter tapped. And you'll see we also have some similar, we have Horizon Explorer, which is brand new, lands you control enter untapped. And we have an Amulet of Vigor to untap our tapped lands. That these pieces are usually in a landfall deck to set up a big haymaker move. Because if you cast something like Lumra or Splendid Reclamation, then all of those that turns these cards from just wait till I untap into a ritual of I have a ton of extra mana now. So we also have that potential. Sorceries, we have a bunch of easy ramp. Awaken the Woods makes creature tokens that are also lands, so this can be a big landfall trigger. And everything else pretty straightforward. World Soul's Rage, also another way to get a bunch of lands back from the graveyard. Instance, we have Crop Rotation as our single game changer in the deck. This is very good here. I don't think I need to explain to you why that is. Artifacts, we have 2 Crucible effects, being able to play lands from our graveyard. We have super broken card Head Shredder, which is allowing us to put lands that are milled onto the battlefield. And then Chocobo Racetrack and Zendikar's Royal, more ways for us to create creatures when lands are entering. I've really been loving all of the spacecrafts, even more than I thought. I already knew that I was going to like them and that they were going to play better than I anticipated, but they have just been outstanding. So if you are like thinking about adding these, do it. Rob, disagree with the political point. Started building away from impact tremors and aristocrats because I found it does the opposite. Instead of pissing off one person or two, you have equally pissed off everyone and they all want you dead. Interesting. I guess that does make sense. That has not necessarily been my experience, but I guess that is also because I guess to me those decks are doing it slowly over time, and I guess it depends on your game plan, because like if I play one of those pieces and then I go, great, drop like 10 creatures, everybody takes 10, then the whole table goes, oh, that's a problem. Time for you to die. But yeah, I guess it also depends on your play group, of course. Like if people know, oh, that deck is good, then they will target you. But I think from playing a lot of games with people that I don't normally play with, I've gotten a lot of grace, and I've seen a lot of grace given for those strategies. Our other enchantments, exploration, extra land drops. We've seen a lot of these effects. Here's our other lands enter untapped for those big explosive plays, and then 2 more damage boosters. And these are both triplers because our doublers weren't enough. We are also rocking 40 lands. I believe half of which are sacrifice lands, which is especially important because any of these fetch lands means you've dropped 2 lands onto the board that turn. The fetch itself and sacrificing to find something else. And Tana cares about specifically getting at least 2 in per turn, so you also are drawing a card. Hello, Aku. How many colorless utility lands would you recommend as the maximum for the average 2-color deck? Maximum. I mean, it really depends. It really depends on the deck, because like for me, I will play a lot of like blue and another color strategies that are using like a lot of artifacts, and at that point I'm just like, let me jam as many as I can of these in, because they're really good. I would say if we're assuming the average on lands that can only create colorless mana and don't have some other thing that they do to access the colors of mana, in your average deck, I would not want to be running more than like 5 to 7, because if you assume that you're running like 35 lands on average, that is like let's say the 7 then is my cap. That's 1 out of every 5 lands, right? Yeah. And so that means you've got like, let's just assume you're on turn 5. That means you have 4 colored pips and 1 colorless. That should be enough to cast everything else. Saretha, thank you for the resub, and also hello. Yes, and I think that 5 to 7 is like a baseline on if you then have fixing or access to like mana rocks that are not costing you any colored mana, then you can adjust from there. But that's about where I'd start. Okay, so first of all, for Tanak, I like this plan because you can start off slow, grinding out some value on just like, okay, Taniks on the board. I'm starting to put some landfall pieces in, but I'm at least drawing a card every turn because I'm almost always able to play a fetch land. Great. You using that to set up your big explosive play of I just dropped a bunch of lands onto the board using Lumra or Splendid Reclamation or Awaken the Woods or World Soul's Rage to get a big burst of damage or burst of creatures or both. Great. I think it's a really solid game plan. 1 second. Okay. I before we talk about anything like for individual cards, we should discuss bracket. I think that's a really important place to start for pretty much every deck. This deck is by definition a bracket 3 because it is running one game changer, crop rotation. You could cut this single card and it would be by definition bracket 2. But I think that landfall strategies, especially if you are a solid deck builder, their floor is like a bracket 3. It is a hard to interact with strategy. There are a lot of really powerful pieces for pretty much every color. So personally, I would bump this up. I would add 2 more game changers. We'll get to that. But just know that we are going to approach this with a bracket 3 mindset while we figure out what to do. Our goal that was submitted by Tarbis is to find the last 5 cuts. As you see below me here, Moxfield is saying there are 105 cards in the deck. So I'm going to start with just straight up what I would cut and then how I would adjust this. We're gonna start off pretty big. I mentioned earlier that there are these effects like O'Hare, Ashenil, and Sulfim that are boosting the damage, and Rob the Princess tuned into this pretty quickly in the chat, saying that maybe we should rethink these because one, there particularly if you add O'Hare Ashenil into the mix, there's a weird rules interaction here that people miss pretty often. If you have multiple replacement effects, so it says if something blank blank instead, which is every single damage amplifier. All of these say this. Torbrand, if a red source would deal damage, instead it deals that much instead, etc. If you have multiples of these out, you do not pick what order they are applied in. The person who is taking damage or whose permanent is taking damage chooses what order they're applied in. That is just the rules of Magic. So, for instance, if you have Torbrand and Sulfim out, Torbrand adds 2, Sulfim doubles the damage. You would hope that you're like, okay, I'm dealing 1, but I'll have Torbrand increase it to 3 and then double it to 6. Not how it's going to work. Instead, your opponent, if they understand this rules thing, or if you now understand and it is how you should play because that is what the rule is, they can go, okay, great, Sulfim double the 1 to 2 and then add 3. In this case, it doesn't matter so much, but for O'Hare Ashenil, it matters a lot more because in the same instance, if you replace Torbrand with O'Hare, then you can go, great, I'm dealing 1. That could have been increased to 4 from O'Hare, increased to 8 because it's doubled instead of 1 doubled to 2, or yeah, doubled to 2, and then that 2 is increased to 4. That's a huge difference. I'm actually going to take this one step further for this deck. I think that some of your first cuts are these cards. In particular, Sulfim was a pretty immediate cut for me because this is one of the more specific ones in this list. It only affects non-combat damage, and it only doubles. we all of our sources of non-combat damage are from cards like Tannock and Agate Instigator, which are only dealing a single point of damage. So this just would be better as another one of these effects, or just not in the deck at all. I don't think we need this one. So I'm going to move that there. But yeah, Cecil, doesn't the effective player choose the order of damage boost? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that they get to choose. And so your magical Christmas land of applying O'Hare first and then doubling or tripling it just doesn't happen unless everyone is unaware on how that rule works. But yeah. Cecil, thank you for gifting to Aku. Very generous of you. And Aku, if you were talking about me earlier, then all you have to do is head to that link there, and for $30 you get your deck added to the deck text for today. Easy as that. All right, so yeah, I would cut that. I think that we can also do that to one of these. The triple is definitely better, but also costs more. I think the City on Fire here is actually a better choice than Fiery Emancipation, because Convoke, our deck, one of our main game plans is to make a bunch of creatures, so we should be able to get this onto the board for less mana more often than Emancipation. Another big one, I think we cut Head Shredder here. This is a really powerful card, but we're not milling. This is whenever one or more lands are put into your graveyard from your library, you get to put them into the battlefield. And yes, it itself mills 2 cards when it attacks, but I don't think that this card is good enough to play in decks on its own. Let's say, even if you hit 1 land every time that it attacks, that's at the cost of you spent 4 mana on this thing, and you're tapping one of your creatures, and you're sending it into combat. I think if we had more ways to mill, then it would be it would be really good in the deck, and it just is better in decks that are able to add mill as a main game plan. Here we are, Druid class. I think this is a fine card. It gets the job done, but we have so many better versions of this card already in the deck, and there's only so many extra land drops that you need per turn for a deck like this. Like, you just will run out. We have a ton of this effect, and the gaining 1 life is not super important here. Like, I don't want to pay 2 mana for just gain a life. I don't want to pay 5 mana for an extra land drop, and I don't want to pay 5 mana for those things combined. Even the level 3, the creature is large and has haste, but also has no evasion, and we don't have any ways to give it that. So the card is perfectly fine to play, but I think it is one of the weaker ones in the deck. Okay. This one made me very sad. Root Path Purifier is so cool. It's such a cool card. All your lands are basic lands. That's such a cool line of text. We don't need it in this deck. It doesn't do anything for us. Oh yeah. Convenient, rather, Princess, that you just said, hey, we've only got 12 basics. We'll talk about that for now, but I think even on top of that, this just doesn't. The only things that this does in the deck allow our Kodama's Reach and Cultivate and Rampant Growth to be better tutors. I think there's like one or two other things. You know, our Terramorphic Expanses are better tutors. But we don't really need that. We're not like built around specific lands that we need to tutor for. Almost all of these lands do the same, like perform the same function. As far as I could tell, there was not some sort of fancy combo that you can pull off with that. So that is on my cut list. So yeah, those are the 5 I would cut from this list. But let's get into a little bit more on what we could do here. First of all, hot tech. Your commander deals damage to each opponent constantly. If you didn't know, there is a green version of Curiosity called Keen Sense. Whenever enchanted creature deals damage to an opponent, you can draw a card. So, if you put this on Tanic, every time you play a land, you draw 3 cards. Every time you play a fetch land, you draw 6 cards. Oh, excuse me, 7. 7 cards. Because Tanic draws on the second land drop. Guess what? There's a second one. Snake Umbra has the same line of text. When this creature deals damage to an opponent, you draw a card, and has the bonus of protecting your creature. So, like, I think especially if we're thinking bracket 3 at the least here, these are perfect for that power level. They give you like a big hot combo that is really just drawing you a bunch of cards. I like in particular Snake Umbra being like, hey, so the thing that you want to do, which is remove the commander now, you're gonna have to do twice. Rob the Princess, Demolition Field is a great land that is just a better Evolving Wilds. It is pretty good. I think it would be really good here. In fact, I'd like it better than some of like the Panoramas for sure. I think the tricky part here is I wouldn't yeah, like, because you have to make sure to be like, hey, so I have Demo Field in here, but I don't have anything rougher than that, because this has a bunch of the Crucible Worlds effects. So you, like with a Strip Mine in this deck, you can start to lock a player out of the game. But I think Demo Field is perfectly suited for this deck. Okay, so yeah, so those are like the big flashy ads that I would do right away. Keen Sense and Snake Umbra. I also feel like we're running so many sacrifice lands that we want. Titania, I believe Protector of Argoth is the one I want. Yes. Enters, return a land from your graveyard to the battlefield. Great. We have a bunch of lands that we've been sacrificing. And whenever a land you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you make a 5/3. Now, this is not quite as good as like that effect is not quite as good as something like Greensleeves, which is a landfall trigger. But like I said, 20 or so of the lands are sacrifice lands, so it is almost as good. Plus, the returning a land from graveyard to battlefield is also an extra landfall trigger. I just feel like this is really, really good here. Okay. What do you think of echoing deeps? You can copy a fetch land. I would not be worried about it because we're running so many fetch lands. From playtesting this deck, never had I never had a turn where I couldn't play a fetch land. Like or you know, at least I never had a turn where I couldn't play a fetch land and I wanted to. Okay. We talked about bracket wise. We have a single game changer in crop rotation. I think the easy adds for other game changers are just Field of the Dead and Glacial Chasm. Field of the Dead, we're not a perfect Field of the Dead deck because we do want to be running enough basics to be able to fetch for them. But I still think we would be able to get enough lands to trigger it pretty easily. It also means like it also the thing that it does is super relevant to the rest of our game plan, which is making more creatures that ping our opponents. And then Glacial Chasm yeah, Rob, I think this is an interesting point. Because I think being able to loop this with our effects like Crucible of Worlds is a stronger play than looping a strip mine. However, I think this is a more I think this is a better game like play pattern than the strip mine, because the strip mine stops one person in a really annoying and inconvenient way. This says, hey, I am now the number one threat. Everyone needs to work together to figure out how to dismantle this thing that I'm doing, or I will win the game. And I think that is a much better like thing to happen in a game than one person screwing up another person. I do also think that if you're playing in bracket 3 and up, you should be running answers to these types of cards in all of your decks. This one is a little trickier because they have ways to bring it back. But I think if each person has answers to this, then you can work together to stop something like this. Like, you know, somebody destroying it on not the Tanic player's turn, and then somebody exiling their graveyard on the next turn. And the demo field isn't a strip mine. No, I think like I said, demo field, yes, play that in this deck. That is very good for this deck. I don't know if I didn't make that clear enough. I do think that demo field is really good for this deck, and it should be in it. Okay, so here is a whole nother angle that I think this deck can take to make it even more like even more powerful, and to give it an alternate plan. So Tana cares about particularly 2 lands entering the battlefield under your control. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, it doesn't have to just be your turn. Tanic could be drawing a card for you on every player's turn. And I don't think it's too hard to do. Here's how we do it. So first of all, we've got stuff like Cultivate. We've got stuff like Kodama's Reach. Swap these out. Give me a Harrow. That's instant speed. Sack a land, get 2 onto the battlefield. Perfect for what we're doing. Give me Entish Restoration. Instant speed. Same thing. Sacrifice a land. Search for 2 basics. Give me Roiling Regrowth. Same thing. Sacrifice a land, search for 2 basics, put them on the battlefield tapped. So that's 3 cards that do it themselves. Harrow in particular is really nice because those lands come into play untapped, which allows you to then set up to maybe do this on the next player's turn as well. But at the least, playing cards like this means that on your turn, you can go fetch land, ping everybody, draw a card, leave 3 mana up, do it on the next turn as well, and draw another card. I think that makes this that's just really strong. You can also do this with like Archdruid's Charm. Now, this searches for any land and puts it on the battlefield tapped, which is going to be a little tough, but not impossible for us to still get a sacrifice because we're running stuff like we're running the new Capenna lands, which sacrifice themselves when they enter. You don't even have to tap them, so you just search for that, and that gives you 2 drops in the same turn. You can, of course, do the same thing with Crop Rotation, but that was already in the deck. This just got, if you want to splurge a little bit, this just got a new reprint. Burgeoning. This is, I pulled this version. I don't know. There's something about it I really like. So this is whenever an opponent plays a land, you can put a land from your hand on the battlefield tapped. This card is stupid good in this deck. This card is outstanding. Because it does not put it into play tapped. So you can just go, cool, you played your land for turn, I'll play a fetch, ping everybody, draw a card. Hey, that gives me another chance to draw. Yeah, it's better than Exploration. Gives me another chance to draw another fetch land for the next player's turn. It's not like players are not going to play their lands. All for the low cost of a single green mana. On the opposite end of the budget, you can just run like Colony Heart Expedition. Because once you've played 3 lands, then you can sacrifice this to search for 2 basics and put them on the battlefield tapped. But don't forget that this ability to sacrifice it is an instant speed ability that you can do when you want. It doesn't have to be immediate. Schultz, let me be clear. Burgeoning, better than Exploration in this deck. Yes, so there are some other ways to be able to get 2 lands onto the battlefield on your opponent's turns. We're also playing some of the lander cards. It's a little trickier for that, for those to do it, but you know, you could feasibly do it with 2 of those. Sure. Twists and Turns, that's the 1-drop that that explores. Yeah, when a land enters, if you control 7 or more lands, because the rest is not super relevant. Right? If a creature you control would explore, instead you scry 1, then explore. When it enters the battlefield, your creature explores, and when a land enters, if you have 7, you flip it. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty solid because it turns into a land. I wish that this would exile it and then return it. That would be great for this to also trigger landfall. Now, I don't know if this is purposeful or not, but this is also missing like the heaviest hitters in this archetype, and it's missing all of them. Now, Scapeshift is the big one, also pretty pricey, but we also have budget Scapeshift in Nahiri's Lithoforming, which is sacrifice a bunch of lands, and then you draw that many cards, and you can play that many extra lands per turn. And I think this is the right one, Hew the Entwood. Which, yeah, sacrifice any number of lands, reveal that many cards, and put that many lands or artifacts onto the board. I mean, these are just really powerful effects that would be really good in this deck. And even if you're not, if Scapeshift is not in the budget, then you can always just go to you can always just do Hew the Entwood or Nahiri's Lithoforming as your budget options. And then I have, I think, just a few last minute things for this deck. Just some quality of life swaps that I would do. I would switch Splendid Reclamation out for Aftermath Analyst. This card I just think is better. It's a creature that's probably already on the board, so it's unlikely to get countered. It sets you up because it mills 3 cards as well. And it's an instant speed ability. So you can do this on somebody else's turn. I already talked about swapping out the Kodama's Reach and Cultivates for the instant speed ones. Oh, yeah. So we have these, we have Chocobo Racetrack and we have Zendikar's Royal. Both are permanents for 5 mana that make 2/2s. The Chocobo Racetrack is significantly better since it makes Chocobos, which have their own landfall triggers. Here's another one that is just better than Zendikar's Royal. Use Social Engineering, also 5 mana, also makes 2/2s, but it has that warp option. So if you draw one of these late, you don't have to spend you don't have to spend 5 mana on it. You can just go, great, I only really need this for the 1 turn, warp it in for 2. It also gives you an early gameplay where you're like, I don't have much else to do. I might as well warp this in, play 1 fetch land, and get 2 2/2s for my 2 mana that I spent. Okay, so that's what I've got for this deck. Let's see. Yeah, Rob, you're saying there is Omnath, Locus of Rage. I think there are so many like this archetype has so much support. There are a lot of different things that you could put in this. I think Omnath would be excellent here. I think there are a ton of other landfall things that you can swap out in different positions here. But I think these are the things that I would hit the hardest. I did say I would circle back to this. I do think that this deck needs just a few more basics than this, especially if we're pulling the Root Path Purifier out. I think the Yavimaya is pretty cute here because it allows you to hold onto your fetches and just tap them for green mana until you want to use them later. But that's only if you get this on board really early. This could be swapped out. I really don't like the panoramas. I want to say they've also just made better versions of these because these specify basics and like yeah, I don't know that there's a strictly better one, but I just really, these are the worst versions of those effects we have in the deck. So I just like retune it a little bit. A couple more basics, a couple less fetches. We have our 5 cuts, and we have a hefty considering section of cards that I recommend. Cool. We are. Let me check the Discord for Cecil's submission. Let me see. Oh, okay, great. I've All right, so Cecil, do you have any particular goals that you're looking for here? Like some cuts that you want to make, or like something in the deck that you like that isn't functioning quite right, or like bumping this up a bracket, bumping it down a bracket, anything that you are focused on for this. You don't have to have a goal like that, but it does definitely help to hone in on what to do. You want more removal and interaction. Okay, we can definitely work with that. All right, so this is Cecil's Rayhan and Elena deck. Deck built with the idea of having a legion of slimes combined to one massive slime via Rayhan to generate mass mana with Alana to win the game. Ooh, okay, okay. Interesting. So this is a slime against humanity deck, and we're using Rayhan, which whenever creature you control dies, you can move its counters onto another creature, and then Elena adds red mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control that enter the battlefield this turn. Now, importantly, in this case, if you have a 1/1 enter, but you pump it up a bunch, Elena is like, cool, did that creature enter this turn? Whatever the current one is, we will whatever the current power is, we add that much mana. And Electman, thank you so much for the donation. And we have another deck tech to add. Excellent. I will, before I forget, put that onto. Okay. Really appreciate you all. You make these Wednesdays a real good time. Okay, so let's take a look at this deck, see what we're doing, and then figure out what ways we can up the removal and interaction package. I think a few less creatures, as slimes are basically creatures themselves. True. Hello, J Salud. Okay, so yeah, we've got 21 creatures. Big big suite of 1-drop dorks. That's important because Slime Against Humanity costs 3 mana, so it means that you can start playing those on turn 2. We also, it looks like a lot of Self-Mill, Stitcher Supplier, Aftermath Analyst, Skull Prophet, Shigeki, because we want Slime Against Humanity, I guess is important that we talk about this. Cares about copies of cards named Slime Against Humanity in your graveyard or exile. Okay, yeah, we need also sacrifice outlets to be able to stack all those counters up on one creature with Rayhan. Let's see, do we have other sack outlets here? Because we have the Collar Zealot, which is probably the best one for this, since you are also surveilling, so you can start to put more Slime Against Humanities into the graveyard. Yeah, do we have other sack outlets? Greater Good also does the job really well of putting more cards into the graveyard. But my instinct is that is not enough sacrifice outlets for a strategy that requires you to do that. Because, like, I think if you continue to put those into one place over time, somebody can just kill it, which then moves it one more time. But I don't know. Maybe that's not because you. I might be thinking too much of my own play style, which is I want to be able to do all the stuff in one turn. But yeah, Electman. Is that another one? Thank you so much. Yeah, all right, let me add that one to the queue. Ooh, also good choice. I don't know if you all saw, but I just made a video about this card. But we'll get to that. Got a lot of land-based stuff today. You can stack up deck text? I mean, hey, yeah, if you look, this is what I'm here to do. Okay. Yeah, so Cecil, what are your other ways? What are your other ways to get your slimes dead? Yes, let's see. We have Gitrog, that gives you a sack per turn. Disciple of Freyalise gives you 1 sacrifice. Disciple of Bolus gives you 1 sacrifice. Oh, you have the Quina tech. Or Quina. I don't know what is the correct pronunciation. Let's talk about this. Because this is a fun interaction. So, Quina, if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog are created instead. So that means if you cast a Slime Against Humanity, it makes a token, and you make a 1/1 frog, right? No, it's much better. Because Quina's ability is a replacement effect. So that means you staple that text of put also a 1/1 green frog creature token created onto whatever thing is doing it. So now Slime Against Humanity says, make a 0/0/0 green ooze and a 1/1 frog. Put X +1/+1 counters on it, i.e. them, where X is 2 plus the total of blah, 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 blah. So if you have Quina out and you cast a Slime Against Humanity, then you make a 0/0 and a 1/1 and put that many counters on both of them. It's very unintuitive, but that is how it works. So this is a really good interaction. Yeah, it's funny because there are not a lot of things that do this in a way that works out for you. The Quina is one of the only ones. I can't off the top of my head think of other ones because you need a replacement effect that makes creatures uh that that triggers off of the slime tokens. And usually other things like this, like the stride hanger automaton or whatever, only cares about artifact tokens. Or if you're not making creatures, then the counters don't really matter. But anyway, yeah, it's a really great interaction. What else have we got here? Yeah. Oh, and since you were pointing out, yeah, you have Gyre Sage, you have Rainveil Rejuvenator, which are other ways to do the Elena thing because you just move all the counters there to get your big mana. Or yeah, I guess Kami also works. So what's your payoff? What Crackle with Power certainly does it. Torment of Hailfire definitely does it. Oh, there's ribbons here. Okay. Yeah, 3 spell payoffs I think is okay. Do you have any like mana sinks also? Yeah, because now I want to think of like because I think I would want one more outlet for this that is not a single spell because that does set you up for getting the old counter spell. Um, but this is also not infinite mana. This is just very big mana. Um, I'm gonna think about that because we have not finished quite assessing the deck either. Um, okay, so there's our win the game payoffs. The Mythic's Mastery is very cute because you are exiling all of your Slime Against Humanities in your graveyard first and then casting copies of them. So each copy already sees the big chunk of Slime Against Humanities in exile and putting that many counters. I love that. Let's see. Sundering Eruption, I also count this as a win con because you've just been building up a bunch of big creatures anyway. So this is solid. And it's an MDFC. Yeah, like this card is really good, criminally underplayed. Okay. And yes, I see. You were definitely light on interaction here. Windgrace's Judgment, Pile-On. This kind of counts. Yeah, this you're most likely using to eliminate someone and not to remove something from the board. What else do you have here? Cut. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Spellweaver Helix also really fun for Slime Against Humanity because you can just exile 2 of them from your graveyard, which is a great place for them to be. And then whenever you play one, you get a copy of the other. Okay. Terra Symbiosis was like made for this deck. It's so good with Slime Against Humanity. Don't forget also this is do this only once each turn. It is you don't have to do it for your first instance of putting counters on something. You can wait. So if you've got like 3 slimes to play, you can go slime, slime, third slime. I would like to trigger Terra Symbiosis. Yeah, loading zone also super messed up to be able to get a counter doubler for 1 mana. Arcane Bombardment also hot slime tech. Okay. We've got a very healthy 36/42 with MDFC lands. What is this besage you from? That's so cool. Okay. Ooh. Also like made for this deck. So good. You always are going to have a big chunky creature to station this really quickly with. And then you just start sacrificing them to draw so many cards. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I like it. I like it. So we're looking for interaction and removal that fits this deck. It fits this deck. So we probably want some counters based. Some counters based stuff. Trying to think what like slimes do not have trample. I mean, for one, you can always just run Fel the Profane here. Like that's the gimme. Like that's the easy one. Yeah, this is the easy one. Just swap out a basic as long as your mana base is fine with that. Okay, we got the freebie out of the way. But like actual interaction here. Because I do think you're like Let's see. Also thought about Alexios for a second. That's I think that's very fun, actually. I totally think you should run Alexios in here. That's funny. Because like there's a lot of interaction that I could suggest that are fine. Um, but I'm trying to think if there's anything that really synergizes well with what you're doing. Um, oh, hold on. I gotta. Hmm. Okay. Now the suggestion is pretty basic, but I think it's got sneaky synergy with the deck. Culling Ritual, generically good card, is very good. Just does so much. You know, token decks done. All your mana rocks gone, and you get to develop immediately because of all the mana that you just made. So this is a fine play early on to slow down some players that are quick out of the gate, but also this specifically kills all of your oozes because they are mana value 0. But it doesn't kill Rayhan. It doesn't kill any of your bigger things. So what this has the potential to do is you've got your slimes on the board. You go Culling Ritual, blow them all up, stack the counters on something that lived, and you've got a bunch of mana to still play around with. That like Culling Ritual did not need upside. It has to have entered the battlefield though. That's okay. Right? It has to yeah, have entered the battlefield this turn. So that's anything. Like uh if Elena is out already, so Elena lives through it as well. You can just you make a billion like the spell itself, because you're either casting it early for 4 mana and you're not worried about doing other actions, or you're casting it late and all you need is enough mana to put a 3-drop on the board. Like, to me, that's super doable. Because you're also not like you're not hasting this deck, which is I don't think a thing that you need, but yeah, because I think you can just jam any interaction you want in here. You could run like Assassin's Trophy, or like Terra Sunder has been performing really well for me. Any target removal, fine. I think finding anything with upside to it is great, and I think this to me really fits the bill. We need more like counter based. Oh, you're also like, do you also have the freebie? You can just run Bridgeworks in this, right? Bridgeworks Battle, because your deck is guaranteed to always have a big creature on board. So this is also super free. Yeah, like, oh yeah, Color Ritual is just a good card. And so what am I thinking of? I don't. I'm thinking Atomize, but I don't know that you actually have. Oh yeah, actually, that's fine. I'm down with this. Here's instant speed, kill anything, but also proliferates. So that's counters on all of your oozes. But also we have like some general counter synergies here. You know, you're proliferating Rayhan, anything that's you've put counters onto from that. Geiger Sage, Kami of Whispered Hopes is increasing the number of counters for all of that. I think that's a pretty reasonable one. What's the this card has also been, I've really liked this. I just don't remember what the name of it is. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh, it's in my brain somewhere. Hold on. I know what I'm looking for. I think that's the set. It's got to be the set. Where are you? Right? It's from Murders, I think. Gotcha. Got it. Urgent Necropsy. So, 4 mana, destroy an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a planeswalker. And you have to collect evidence, which is the total mana value of permanents that it targets. But we've been milling ourselves the whole time, and we can just exile slimes, which is where we want them to be anyway. That's the kind of thing that I was like, I know these exist. Because the Atomize I was like on the fence about, because it's it's 4 mana to hit one thing, but this is 4 mana to hit a bunch of stuff. To find room. Okay, do you want to talk about cuts? let's talk about cuts here. Okay, what do you do again? Move any number of counters from other permanents onto this. That's cute. I think what your struggle here is, this is face up on the board for like a turn before you can do anything with it. I do think your first cuts will be in creatures, because you are essentially running 41 creatures. I think that would be quick on my list. Because you just need to protect it for a round, which I don't think happens. Let's see. Maybe Slippery. I mean, the card is cool. I like this card. This is just a really cool card. Because it protects stuff, and it moves any number of counters from among creatures from creatures you control onto that creature. So it's also a combat trick because you can go to combat, swing, and then just flash it in and move all the counters onto one creature to kill a player. I just you can tell me if it has not played well, but I really like this card. It is yeah, this card is really fun. I just like this card. I would say you can probably cut this Rainveil Rejuvenator or the Gyre Sage, one of these, because it is good to have backups for what your commanders do, but you don't need many of them. Yeah, right. Yeah, you're swinging with birds, and they're like, "What?" And you're like, "Slippery Bogbonder counters to my hexproof bird." Yeah. But yeah, I don't think you need many backup copies of this. This is nice because it's mill you 3 cards, but it is 4 mana. This I think would be the copy that I would be looking to get rid of first. Electman, do we need the Torment of Hailfire? Yes, because the hidden trick that this deck is trying to do is make one really big slime with Rayhan or any other creature, and then use Elena to make a bunch of mana to cast a big X spell. Like you could replace this with other things, I think. I think what I want here is a game-winning spell that also has other utility other times in the game. But I don't know what that would be. Like I want Jund Ultimatum. I don't remember what that Jund Ultimatum does. How do I not remember this? Violent. Oh, this is just kill 3 things, right? That's not enough. Yeah, this is one of the worst ultimatums. You're like, I mean, it's, what can you do? Because, it's a product of its time. But it's like this compared to Ruinous Ultimatum, you're like, I can kill 3 things or kill everything. Yeah. What's a good finisher? Oh wait, hold on. Let me do a couple more cuts here. We've cut 1 card. We're like, all right, we've made room for everything. But Cruel Ultimatum is cool. Yeah. I guess you're saying Cruel Ultimatum is also a product of its time, but yeah. That's just terrible. Is that the worst ultimatum? It might be. Okay. Other cuts. How important is it to be casting slimes starting on turn 2? What relevant turn 2 plays do we have if we're not ramping? Ripples, Lore, Rumble. I'm just like looking at things that I'm happy to be casting on turn 2. Analyst, Sage, Shigeki, Skull Prophet, and Guess, Armor Collar Zealot. Yeah, we have so many 3-drops. I don't want to be. Does do we count Molt Tender though? Crazier thinking that I mean, in hindsight, sure. Hindsight, sure. It does not hold up. But I think at the time, if you think like if you compare it to like Vindicate, which was a heavily played card that people were like, "What? Being able to destroy a permanent, any permanent that I want for 3 mana? That's crazy." Then being like, "Hey, what if 7 mana, 3 things?" It's just like cuz Ruinous was not in the same rotation, right? Cuz Ruinous was first Ikoria. So like we can't compare we can't yeah. So like obviously Ruinous Ultimatum way better, but printed way later also. I think it was reasonable at the time, but then just it was in a space that was easy to power creep. But yeah. What was I doing? I lost track of. Yeah. Oh, more cuts. Okay. Um, how is Molt Tender function for you? Because this is not a one mana dork. Because it requires a card to be in your own graveyard, and like we're not running fetches or anything. Like not consistently enough. So like I'd either replace this with a real dork or a better Miller. I think this doesn't do either thing quite well enough with the game plan that we have, especially considering we're not running a suite of fetch lands. Um, Deathrite Shaman, however, gets the pass because of all the other things that it does. But I would consider also cutting this if it or running more fetch lands, one or the other, because I would feel this is not reliable as a dork on one, or just putting more dorks in. Like Llanowar Elves does the same job. Like we're not worried about having to color fix for our green spell. Yeah. Like this I think is still good for the deck because you can exile your slimes to start pinging your opponents, but I wouldn't count this as a 1 mana dork for the purpose of the deck. Um Yeah, that's tough. I actually would also cut Shigeki here. It's a good way to return stuff if your win cons end up in the graveyard, but Timeless Witness is much better at this because you have the same problem. If Shigeki gets milled, then you're in the same spot. But Timeless Witness being able to eternalize is better, and I don't think you need multiple copies of that kind of effect. Like the odds of everything getting milled out and you needing to have that as your win condition when you can just like start beating people in the face anyway, I think is so low that you have the one backup and then you have your 3 options for your big move. You should be good. Yeah. The cuts are always tricky in any of these types of decks because you have to dedicate such a big chunk of the deck to these cards. The new Jeskai one? You mean like inspired or inspiring ultimatum? But yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. It's just like it's fine and playable. Let's talk a little slime tech. I think there because you know you all know me. I've talked about decks running these types of things for a while, and we saw some of these specific tech for with like Spellweaver Helix, uh, for running cards that you can have multiple copies of. But there are some more. What is this called? Pyromancer's Pyromancer Ascension? Yeah. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that has the same name as a card in your graveyard, you put a counter on it, and then when you cast an instant or sorcery spell while it has 2 or more quest counters on it, you copy the spell. So this is 2 mana to copy all of your slimes after like after the second one. What other hot tech is there? I mean, you can always, of course, run the OG Thrumming Stone if you wanted to. For those of you who don't know. Spells you cast have Ripple 4, which just means when you cast the spell, you look at the top 4, and any spells with the same name, you get to also cast for free. But those spells also have Ripple, so you can just pretty much fart your whole deck onto the board, or all of your slimes. But there's other. You can run Locket in this deck. Locket of Yesterdays. Spells you play cost 1 less for each card in the same name in your graveyard. So pretty quickly, all of your slimes end up costing 1. What else? I'm like trying to recall all this information. I don't know why that sounds ominous, Cecil. Sorry, I had to take a call about a cat. Yeah, that's totally fair. I think everybody recognizes at this point that like the Thrumming Stone thing is super busted. And also sometimes it's just not what you want to do with these decks, but I definitely recommend the Locket of Yesterdays and Pyromancer Ascension tech, because that's stuff that's more stuff that you can't really run in anything else. I want to say that there's like 1 or 2 other ones that are really good for this deck that only because the one Golgari enchantment I don't think works here, right? Because it only cares about creatures. I don't remember what that is, but I can see the art in my head. It's just like What is it? What is it? Semblance Anvil? Yeah, that also totally works here. Yeah, not Insidious Roots, not Insidious Blood Bond March. Thank you. Yeah, this does not work here, right? Because this cares about creatures. But this is great for some of the other if you're doing like petitioners or something. Yeah, creature spell is played. Yeah. Yeah, creature spell is played. Each player returns all cards with the same name as that spell from graveyard to play. It's very funny with petitioners. But it does not work here. Have you considered like no, not it's hard to remember like all of my own things. I guess the tricky part is I was not working specifically in these colors. Oh, Bloodbond and Nazgul, that's cute. Yeah, maybe those were the only ones that I had that were in these colors for this. I wonder if there's any. All right, so here's a card that exists. Secret Salvage, exile target non-land card from your graveyard, so slime. Search your library for any number of cards with the same name and put them in your hand. I don't know exactly what you do with this, but it makes me laugh. Like, worst case, you go, all right, and then discard a hand size. But the card is funny. The card is really funny here. Yeah, I don't know what you do with this information. It is also weirdly, I guess, a payoff for if you do the big mana thing. Your payoff can just be, okay, and now cast all the rest of my slimes. Uh yeah, I just have like this sneaking suspicion that there is one more. because I think a lot of my tech just doesn't quite work with the slimes in particular. Yeah, because a lot of like the same name stuff cares about creatures. Yeah, no. I think you absolutely stick with Rayhan here. I love what you've done with this, and I think this is the right call. I'm just trying to think of if there's more specific like I think this works well. Uh, I just Spellweaver Helix is in the deck. I think the only other one that I can think of that does function within this, which is like okay, harness the no harness the storm. It's storm. Like I think I could take or leave this one, but it's like some free value. Um, when you cast an instant or sorcery from your hand, you can cast a something with the same name from your graveyard. It doesn't do it for free. Nantuko Shrine, yeah, is uh also pretty reasonable here because this is one of the ones that I think the red and the black shrines from this cycle both hurt you instead of help you, but the green one does help. So yeah, this is player places a spell, make X squirrels, where X is the number of cards in graveyard with the same name. I think the red one deals damage to you, and the black one makes you discard. But this one functions, and this is the kind of card where it's like this is fine. But yes, it's more 3 drops. Like I think it's not actively great for the deck. It's just the kind of card I would play in this deck because you don't get to play it in practically anything else. Is Twinning Glass to like you can cast these for 1 mana? Because I don't think I'm worried about that one either. Because this is like the 4 mana artifact, right? Yeah, you can cast 1 slime for 1 mana. I don't think I'm super hot on that. Yeah, I like this. I think the last thing I would want for this deck would be like 1 or 2 other reliable sack outlets, because right now we have Umbral. Um, I'm not gonna count these one-time ETBs. I'll say Gitrog. That's reliable because that is repeatable. Um, we have Greater Good. We have Phyrexian Tower. I'll count Susur also. So that's 5. I these are reliable, repeatable sacrifice outlets. I think I would replace like Disciple of Bolus with Shadowheart does is that, but repeatable, right? Yeah, sacrifice another creature, draw X. You just don't gain X. But I think I'd really want one of these abilities that I can do multiple times. Yeah, missing out on the life gain is like okay, but yeah. Because this is just also being able to do this at instant speed is generically good. Tarian's Journal, but that's sorcery speed, right? Yeah, I think Tarian's because that's the thing that I want is I want it to be instant speed and like not super expensive, but yeah, this is specifically sorcery speed. The card is good, but that is not the kind of sack outlet I am looking for. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna leave that one here for now. This makes me very happy to see like this deck actually come together after just throwing out that idea what feels like a million years ago. Cecil. Um yeah, this looks like a good time. This looks like a good time. Um I think yeah, the one thing that I want to adjust but I can't think of is I'd want more cards like cut to ribbons where um your big mana outlet also has other utility instead of just like crackle and torment just sitting in your hand until you can do it. Even if they were like cast from graveyard, like ribbons, I'd be happier with them, but I think those do a fine job. Okay, let's move on to the first of Electman's submissions for today. Right, and I'm just double checking that I have not. Okay, yes, this is what we've got for today. All right, so we get to look at both of these spacecrafts, which, man, they're great. They're just good. They're just so good. All right. So yeah, Electman's build for In Spirit flagship vessel. What'd you miss while getting ads? Nothing. We've just started your deck. So this is one of the spacecrafts from the precons. It's 3 mana, and once you have stationed it 1, you get the ability to, at beginning of combat on turn, you put a +1 counter or 2 charge counters on a target artifact. So your target always has to be an artifact, even if you want the +1 counter. And then once you've stationed it 8, then you then it turns into a 5/5 flyer and gives all of your other artifacts hexproof and indestructible. Now, that's the base for the deck, but Electman has said this deck is bad, so bad that I didn't tag most of the cards, but I like Station and want to make a deck that focuses on killing people with an armada of spacecrafts. Hopefully you can help. I don't get artifacts. That I get artifacts. I can help out. All right, so is this a spacecraft based deck? Looks like, yeah. Is this every spacecraft that you can put in here? Yeah, that's the plan. So we're missing I mean like I have not looked through the deck yet. I would run Extinguisher Battleship. Like that's a solid board wipe on top of a heavy hitting spacecraft, but we'll go through the deck before I make any other suggestions. Yeah, I think that's the only one here where I'm like, for sure, I would be running that in my spacecraft deck. But yeah, let's take a look through here. So we're trying to kill people with spacecrafts. Yeah. Okay. Creatures, good. We're seeing a lot of artifact creatures because those are the only things that we can put +1/+1 counters onto from In Spirit, which I think is a thing that a lot of people forget. Tapper, Escort is pretty good here. I think the main thing I'd be looking for out of these creatures is things that can station our stuff easily. I like the artifact reductions. Those are great. Yeah, any value we get out of tapping stuff. Let's see. Yeah, nice. This card is a good time. Some ramping stuff. Value out of tapping. Value out of tapping. Proliferate is solid too. Yeah, this ends up having a big power for the most part. Nice. This card is very powerful. Yeah. There's definitely like I think there's a lot of value in adding just some chunky creatures that are not good for much other than stationing, since we have so many spacecrafts. Let's see. What am I? What creatures am I thinking of? Because like there's a lot that you can use, but are there ones that are particularly good for our strategy here? Also, I'm realizing that Spotify has just tricked us into trying to listen to all 7 minutes of Layla, and we've made it past the first half of it. So I'm gonna go to the next song. I mean, because like, I don't know why I didn't think of this immediately. I love this card. Dreamtide Whale. Super good in this deck. Super good in this deck. This is 3 mana for 7 power. And it has additional synergy to proliferate your stuff. This thing is one of the best cards in my Danny Pink deck. And that is not even caring about the fact that it has a 7 power for 3. So yeah, this for sure. Okay, let me continue going through the deck first before I make more suggestions. But yeah, okay. So we've got that as far as creatures are going. Cool. Yeah, improvising is a decent way to use your spacecrafts before they are creatures. Let's see. Yeah, board wipes are pretty good for spacecrafts because you can they are not hit by them. I'm trying to think what oh, deck tech yeah. Let me get your list. the way that we've been doing it now, Cecil is trying to keep the Mox field account like easy to go through. So they're all going to be kept in unlisted. So you will need your individual link. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know. I don't know if this is useful. I'm trying to put it together in my head. Because what you could do if you with an instant speed board wipe, like Final Showdown or something, is I don't. Yeah, that's probably not quite worth it because you can tap to station. You have link for Master of Keys. Yes. Yes, I can do that. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Scratch what I was saying about the instant speed board wipe because like you really don't get that much value out of it. I was saying that you can tap a creature to station and then hold priority and cast your board wipe so that it would kill the creatures, but you would still get you then the board wipe would resolve and then your station activation would resolve and you'd get your one spacecraft, but you can only ever do that with one, so it's not that great. Okay. Yeah, so like proliferate. Yeah, ripples is I really like this card. Like man, I was saying that I was like working my way through whether or not instant speed board wipes you get a lot of extra value out of it, and I ended up on no. There was a little trick you could do to station and then hold priority and cast your board wipe, but it's not quite that good. All the instant speed board wipes are expensive. Too much mana. Okay. Cool. I've got one good note for all of you out there. Chaos Warp. You don't need to play this in decks with red as soon as they have access to other colors that can deal with problems. Because like once you add white, like this can deal with the things that you would a mono red player would need Chaos Warp for. Things like enchantments and stuff. But you could swap this out for pretty much any other removal, and it would be good. All right, we have all of our spacecrafts, and then we have other stuff that is caring about charge counters. Okay. Sarima, what do you actually you have some solid targets, right? You can find Kilo, Joyra, Padim, Alibu. Yeah. That's enough targets. Yeah. Cool. And then yeah, we've got Uthros here. I would run your other two, right? Do you definitely Adagia? Make a token that's a copy of target artifact or enchantment. I don't think there's too many. I don't think there's too many because like if that is the theme of the deck, I think you've got the right amount, and I wish there were more. I think if we're leaning into that, we can make that work. But yeah, this one means that you can copy your spacecrafts. The red one is like okay in this case. I think it's often better in other types of decks, so I wouldn't auto include that one, but I think you definitely want this one. Okay. So we're guaranteed to always have at least one spacecraft that we can play early. What was our other count? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Because you only own Uthros. Okay. So yeah, if you happen to end up opening an Adagia, I guess I should put these in. I should put these in the sideboard so we can separate them from your considering. Do you own the Eternity Elevator? I would also run this one. Because even though it doesn't turn into a creature, it's still like benefits from stationing, and like that rock like is just fine here. There are so many big creature or big artifacts or anything that could use colorless mana that I would definitely run it. All right, yeah, so there's the Extinguisher Battleship, which I would also definitely run here. Because that is board wipe and 10-10 will help you to finish out a game. This card is great if this is our strategy. I'm trying to think if I like this here. So Mendicant is excellent in this deck when played early. Because if you can unlock max speed, then you there are so many artifacts in your deck, it being able to copy them all for one, so good. So good. Plus, its power ends up being really high because it's equal to the number of artifacts you control. Great card to station your spacecraft with. I'm just trying to decide if I still like this enough if you draw it late. Because it still is a high power to cost ratio. And I think I'm okay with that enough to recommend this card here. Because this is still going to be really good at stationing your stuff. And the card's cool. And I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really, really good if you play this early. But let's see. What There's got to be some more big stationing things that I'm not thinking about. I do think that this card is good enough to be able to play in this deck. Nanoform is like this is the draft card made for this deck, but it becoming tapped untap something else, so you get you station whatever for 3. At the worst, you just untap another creature to station that. But since you have all of these other untap effects or tap effects, this becomes pretty strong in the deck. It also could just be a mana rock, untapping Palladium Mirror. I think what you missed while you were away, Electman, is Mendicant Core, I think, is very good here. If you play it early, it's busted. Unlocking max speed is really good. And if you play it late, it still has a really high power to cost ratio to station your stuff. Lux Artillery, I think, is in the deck, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so you could also, this is just weirdly specific. Is drill too deep. So you have a relevant mode of destroy an artifact for 2 at instant speed. That is pretty standard. And then you have this really specific put 5 charge counters on a spacecraft or planet you control, which in this deck is really relevant. Being able to suddenly have like this online at instant speed, like this card is not good. It's pretty good here. Spoof. Bygone Colossus is the 9/9 warp. I think I would like it better if it stuck around. I'd rather, because it's 3 mana and you are being able to probably fully station something, but I want it to do a little bit more, you know? Because with like Emissary Escort, that's a body that sticks around, or like the Mendicant that does a whole lot of other things. Even the Drill Too Deep, the advantage you get is its instant speed, and it has the option to kill an artifact. Okay, I know I'm missing some really significant creatures. Yes, please hold. 3 mana red theft spell that puts 10 counters on something. Yes, it's only temporary though. I don't like that one as much. Because it's again 3 mana, 3 mana sorcery speed to just put 10 temporary counters on. Yeah. I would be looking for something like this. Oh, there it was. Vantress Gargoyle is an artifact, is 2 mana, 5 power. It can't attack or block for certain conditions, but we don't care early on. Early on, we just want this thing to station our stuff. And then later, players will just naturally have 7 cards in their graveyard. This also is just usually a good blocker because early in the game, you're going to have the 4 or more cards in hand that you need. So this weirdly plays exactly into what you want. It is really good at stationing earlier in the game, and later in the game becomes a 5-powered flyer that can attack whoever you want. What else? What else? There's... I would also consider Gadrak here. Hey, Twilight. This is the third one. Third one, we have 2 more after this. Gadrak, similar deal. We have a pretty solid cost to power ratio here. Can't attack unless you control 4 or more artifacts, but we will have that. And end step, you create a treasure for each non-token creature that died this turn. It's just a little extra upside. This one isn't fantastic, but I think it's worth considering. I don't think there are any others that I'm like super missing in my head. Because, like, that's the only other one that I can think of that has some sort of upside because, like, you will have the 4 artifacts naturally. Oh, wait. I got one more. I mean, a little tougher on the budget, but Flage works pretty great here. No, I'm wrong because this never works. Never mind. Ignore this. This is a terrible idea. I never said this. Uh, because station is not instant speed, so you will never be able to station with it until you escape it. Cut that out. All right, other things. What about? I feel like there's more utility we can get out of creatures becoming tapped. There's like some older ones. There's yeah. Oh God, like Magda. Dismantle. Yeah. Well, dismantle an instant? I thought it was a sorcery, but I'll check. It's probably an instant, right? It's got to be. Magda. This is like continues to make treasures. Artifacts are generically good for your deck. And has upside because you can search for an artifact and put it into play once it's like that's fantastic. It is sorcery. Yeah, that's how I remembered it. Because we don't need that anymore. I know this was in the pre-con. I just really like it. Moxite Refinery is sorcery speed only. So keep that in mind. But it is a pretty cheap, repeatable way to move your charge counters around. Because you sometimes with this deck, I at least experienced this playing the precon, is you'll have a spacecraft out that you're just stationing for value. Because it's like, I don't have anything better to do with these creatures, but I would like to be able to trigger like this thing every turn. So you've built up a ton of counters that are not useful on this. And then you drop your Dawnsire, and you're like, okay, that 20 station that I would have to be working on, I can just do that right now. Twilight, does Urbresk's Forge work for stationing? I mean, like, I guess it could, but then you are losing out on the value of just sending that at somebody's face. So I would. Oh, you moved it to Unisagas. That's very fun. If you happen upon a second copy, I highly recommend putting it into this deck. Yeah, I think that card is a good time. Ooh, all right. I gotta think about this one, but I'm gonna put the card up. I've been looking for a home for this for a while. Here is Mist Meadow Vanisher. When it becomes tapped, flicker something. So exile non-land, non-token permanent, return to the battlefield at the end step. So easy to get this thing tapped because you can station it, and it can flicker anything. So your stuff, opponent stuff, but it does not hit tokens, so you lose that utility. But do we have enough things that we would care about flickering? I don't know. Thought Monitor is good. I don't think we have any other creatures that are good for that. Some of the, I know that some of these have ETBs, like the gunship, rescue skiff, the crusher. This actually, okay, never mind. I'm sold. Exile itself for infinite station. I don't know, because it's not a blink. It's not, it doesn't come back until the end step. Otherwise, yeah, this card would be really, really broken with a lot of stuff. It is more just like a value piece. But I think this is pretty fantastic here, because you have a lot of ways that you can use it. You can blink your things with relevant ETBs. You can use that as like pseudo vigilance by swinging in with a creature and then using this after combat so that it's untapped for your opponent's turns. You can use it as a political piece to be like, hey, you've got a you've got destroy target, you've got a ravenous chupacabra on your board or whatever. We really need to take care of player B's threat. I'll blink your thing. But I like this card, and I don't know why I hadn't thought about it earlier as sitting in this deck really well. Oh man, I just realized also, we got Spotify tricked us into into trying to get us to listen to all of Layla, and succeeded in getting us to listen to all of American Pie. What is, okay? Hold on. This is the third. This is the third, because it's now trying to put on Money for Nothing, which is also 8 minutes. Okay, never. All right. So let's think about this. Elect Man, I think the only thing that you missed was my whole big thing on Mist Meadow Vanisher. That I think this is a really cool card for this deck. Cares about when it becomes tapped and can blink all, like, can repeat all of your ETBs, or can be pseudo vigilance, or can be a political piece to blink your opponent's stuff to get them to do stuff for you. So I think now we need to consider, what is the win condition for this deck? What does this deck actually do? Because we have a lot of good synergy going on in the deck, but how do we convert that into a win? We do have a lot of good just flying creatures, So, like, once we've got these big, powerful spacecrafts up and running, that's pretty solid. Yeah, I think that's a solid start, but I think that in it just by itself, aside from this thing, is a little slow. So we need a little help to push that over, because all of our big threats are actually not that big. Like, what's the biggest spacecraft after Dawnsire? Like a 6.5? So our spacecrafts are cool and medium sized. So we are going. It is going to take a while for us to actually kill people with these. Deep close skate also would be pretty nice here. Doubling all counters on anything. Yeah, just double any each counter on any number of permanents. I think this is just solid in a deck all around, especially since we've got like other types of counters going on. But the question is, what do we have that pushes this win a little bit faster or a little bit more, like, gives us more oomph? Because I think that's the only thing that's missing here. Pentat? I mean, that's not really ramp. Pentat Prism is a delayed ritual. Illustrious Wanderglyph exists. Yeah, I don't think you need it here. I think what we... yeah. What about Thousand Moon Smithy? This seems in line with what we're doing. So it enters, it makes a gnome with power and toughness equal to the number of artifacts and creatures you control. So it's good for stationing your stuff, but then you can tap 5 untapped artifacts or creatures you control. So like the spacecrafts that you have not stationed yet, things like that, to transform this, and then this starts cranking out more gnomes. So I think that is that helps us out. But it's not the thing I said I was looking for, which is a slightly bigger win con. But what is that? What is that? What's the thing going to be? Spark double for 4 board protection? Oh, you mean it doesn't quite work the way that you want it to. Because Spark Double, if you're thinking of copying in Spirit, it doesn't copy the counters, so you'd also then have to station the Spark Double, which is like not terrible, but it is a thing that you'd have to do. And since stationing is sorcery speed, players will see exactly what you're doing, and they do have an opportunity to then try and hit you. I think the better plan is just make the in spirit itself hexproof and or indestructible. Electman, do you have an all will be one? That gives you another nice angle of attack. Yeah, you could. Yes, you can always run the Darksteel Reactor that was in this deck, but that is like kind of a separate angle all on its own. Um. Oh, I do love this card. How about an unstoppable plan? And you also can run the the heftier version of this. What's its face? Oh God, why can't I think of it? Unwinding clock. I don't. These are also not the thing I said I was looking for. But yeah, untap all non-land permanents you control at your end step. So like you can just freely station your stuff and then be like, cool, I can now untap and have blockers. Or they're and it's also really nice with like Steel Overseer and any other effects like Core Tapper. You get extra utility out of those. The Unwinding Clock, significantly better in this deck, but also a little pricier. I still have not figured out what our spacecraft win con is besides hitting people, which is fine. But drum bellower, yeah, drum bellower. I'm down for that. I think that's a reasonable include. Yeah, Magistrate Scepter. I don't think you put in this deck at the bracket. If we're focused on the spacecraft, so I think you have the right idea. If it was bracket 4, you go for that. That's pretty solid. What's our win the game button? Yeah, Hidden Strings would not be too bad here. Um, but I don't think we have a ton of early things that this is good on for the cipher. I like this better if we had more like thrumming birds and stuff like that. Dreamtide Whale, yeah, was one of I think my first suggestion for this. That card is just so messed up. I'm just I'm a little stumped. Like I just want there to be a really convenient way to convert these things into a win, and I just don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't. Tempered steel is fine, but I also don't think what we're looking for. Mirror Made or Sculpting Steel, also fine. But like the thing is, there those cards are less effective here, because the thing we're copying is not terribly good without like because those things don't copy also the counters that are on them. Clanker Hoof. I don't know which one that is. Do you mean Cyberdrive? Depth Shaker Titan? Because that's I I don't think that one works real well here either. Which is weird because like this is in this precon, right? Number of non-creature artifacts you control become 3/3s, which is not great for us because a lot of the spacecrafts are inherently bigger, and even and the ones that are not stationed by then, like this still doesn't do a ton. Yeah, each artifact creature you control has melee, trample, and haste. Yeah, but I feel like you can do better than that for this amount because also the creatures that we have, uh, the relevant ones already fly for the most part. Ignores the ones that are already creatures. Yeah, I think the card is much better when we have a large number of artifacts. Like it's much better in a token stack or something like that. I don't think it gets the job done here. Because I mean, like at that point, why not just play like Moonshaker Cavalry or like anything else? Maybe I don't know. I don't want to say that the card like that what I'm thinking of doesn't exist, but maybe what I'm thinking of doesn't exist. That's tricky. Yeah, honestly, I'm liking re-adding Moxite Refinery more and more. Because this also gives us a big way to like convert what we've done on the board. Because this now allows all of our stationing to also be load these up onto a flyer and hit people in the face. So I'm even more, yeah, I'm even more on that game plan. Yeah, I think this just might be what you stick with here. I think if your plan is just I think if your plan is just station your spacecraft and hit people, that can work. It just means it's going to be more of an overtime kind of thing. So it'll be even more important to like uh run some relevant interaction, things to protect your board like ripples of potential, um things to help to stop some bigger yeah, some bigger plays from other players. I think this ends up being like not a proper control deck, but I think you want more controlling elements if you want to win with it. Uh since I can't seem to find what I'm looking for as a bigger like a way to convert it into like a game-winning play easier, if that makes sense. All right. Targ, are you ready for yours? What would I be looking for? I mean, I think this deck is pretty fine with board wipes. You have a low creature count and your spacecraft survive it. Uh so I'd run like some more of those. Um Also, I think your organic extinction here is maybe a trap because you don't have you're not going to end up with a lot of artifacts. Um and then like maybe a little bit more counter magic. Blade Historian. Yeah, but you're not it's still not like yeah, I think if you really don't want it to go that direction, then definitely add Moxite Refinery back in, so you can start pumping up your stuff uh, very large for cheap. Like Blade Historian, I think is fine. Yeah, anything else to just like generically pump up your stuff, like Tempered Steel is fine. But I think I would be looking to not make this a full control deck, but add some more of those elements because it just needs time. It needs time to enact its plan and for that plan to actually eliminate players. Cool. Yeah, so I think we'll switch gears and head over to Targ's submission for Mr. Foxglove. But while you all process this, what about cuts though? I mean, I can give you a couple quick off the bat. Um, I think you can cut this Pulsar Squadron Ace. You're just not able to put enough spacecrafts in this for this to be like to hit reasonably well. The Sunstar Chaplain is cute, but it doesn't quite do enough for me here to matter. If the ability actually like removes stuff, I think it'd be much better. I am not a fan of Tezzeret's Gambit, and I don't think Proliferate is actually too strong in here. You don't have a ton of things that benefit from Proliferate. Like you're just not going wide enough with things for it to be as good. I think this is probably still okay since you have some stuff that is tapping. You're just not going to end up with like a ton of card draw off of it. Uh, Cloud Key is fine. Yeah, the triple blue is rough. I think I would put that on my list. I think I cut Golem Foundry here. If you were doing a more like if you were leaning more into proliferate strategies, this would be better. But I think this is a waste of the charge counters. It's just not a good rate for the other things that you can do with them. Yeah, the more I think about this, I would cut the cloud key as well. Like it's fine here. But I'd rather have a mana dork or anything else that also has the option to station. Yeah, I think this is pretty cuttable. I weirdly would also recommend cutting this long range sensor. If our goal is to be stationing the spacecrafts, then I don't know that we want to use them to put them onto the sensor. And we're actually not attacking players very often until much later in the game. So it's not particularly useful early either. Like the only things that we have that are good attackers, we just don't have very many that are early on. Okay. Yeah, hopefully that gives you some ideas on what to adjust here. We're going to switch over to here, but I'm also going to be right back just to grab a snack for a moment. I will see you all in a moment. Okay. Hello, everybody. I realized what I was missing was an actual food. The feelings I felt inside were biological needs. All right. Yeah. This deck makes me very happy. And Targ, I had a feeling that that was the case. The In Spirit link. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. So, Tark's submission here is Mr. Foxglove. This is a very fun card. So for 5 mana, you get a 3/5 with lifelink. When he attacks, draw cards equal to the number of cards in defending player's hand minus the number of cards in your hand. So you draw the difference if you have less cards. If you didn't draw cards this way, you may put a creature from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you have the same number of cards or more than the defending player, you play something for free. You play a creature for free. Now, there are lots of different ways to build this. One I have not seen before is Giants. This is Mr. Foxglove Giants. I can confidently say I've never seen this deck. So we're using a kindred strategy of giants, since they are large single creatures that you can drop into play with Mr. Foxglove. And we're also trying to do it in without red, the main giant color. So yeah, this makes me happy. This is certainly a build that I've never seen before. So let me switch this to grid and we will take a look at what's going on here. So we've got 25 creatures. We've got, we've got dorks on the early end. Bugenhagen, I think, is a good choice for 2-mana dork with upside for the deck because he cares about having creatures with power 7 or greater. We got giants that do that. Granted, we don't have a ton of them that do it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 that do it on their own. And then we have some more that have like monstrous that can get there, and Tower and Titan can get there. But it doesn't matter because this is mainly in just as a 2-mana dork, and then later may have upside. So I think that's a great choice. We get to play some real janky stuff. 100-handed one can block an additional 99 creatures when it's monstrous. Love it. Hold on. I actually have to. Can I do this? There we go. I have to do this because a lot of these cards I have not seen for a very, very long time, and I had to refamiliarize myself with some of these. So like, what some of my favorites here? Where are you? Oh yeah, Grasping Giant. This guy's funky. Whenever it becomes blocked by a creature, you exile that creature until it leaves the battlefield. So this happens before damage. Oh, you literally just swap the commander out and that's it? That's funny. So he just continues to like grab blockers. And it's nice his vigilance too, so the attacks are free. There's a Monarch card in here, which I think is also a good choice because the giants are large. and they're hard to get through. I wish that more of them had reach, but what can you do? Yeah, it's nice that Giants actually got their own overrun here, and that's nice. You get the Giant specific board wipe. You get the Giant specific Psych Rift. Mm. Let's check out the what support we're giving this. Overwhelming Stampede, boost your creatures and trample equal to greatest power. And we know that we're generally going to have a very large creature with a high power. We have some card draw in Distant Melody, looking at permanents of a specific type. Shamanic Revelation, looking for a number of creatures and giving you a little bonus for creatures that are large. Otherwise, it's pretty straightforward. We've got ramp, we've got board wipe, and honestly, I think Bushwhack is pretty solid here. We're in 3 colors, so it helps to fix you. Or fights are just going to be good for us. We're almost always going to have a large creature that wins fights. So that's some really solid utility. Instance, also pretty straightforward. Rampin', drawn cards, win condition, interaction, solid. And then artifacts, again, Kindred strategy. So Herald's Horn, reducing the cost and digging for more. Urza's Incubator, I think, is particularly good here because this may actually allow us to cast more than one giant in a turn. And Vanquisher's Banner also pumping and drawing cards. Monster Manual is a nice like backup Foxglove as a way to cheat some more giants into play for free. And then enchantments, Kindred support. Draw cards off of our giants. Draw cards off of our giants. Draw cards off of our giants. Oh, hey, draw cards off of our giants. And then pump stuff up, help our giants to get through. A very healthy 37 lands. Great. So when Targ submitted this one, he said, going for flavor for this one, really like Foxglove, but having when I built him previously, it felt diabolical. I am curious as to what that deck list looks like, because when I think about how I would build this deck, I'm like, it seems pretty fair. So I am curious what that deck looks like. But I think this is a really goofy approach to it, and I really like it. So let me show you what I've got for you in one moment, because I'll be right back. Okay. He was like, draw cards or drop Eldrazi. Yeah, but it's like a 5-mana commander that needs to attack to do the thing, and like dropping Eldrazi means you're not getting cast triggers. But that's just me. All right. Now, do you have any specific goals for this Targ, or things that you want looked at? I have some general notes on this, but I didn't know if you had like something you wanted to focus on in particular. But we can at least start with. Not sure if it has enough giants. I agree. That was one of my first notes. So we only have 25 creatures total in a deck that like our commander can only drop creatures onto the board. So the first thing that I wanted to look for, I'm gonna condense this back to okay, was what other giants would I want to run in this? And I think as far as like the big heavy hitters, you've got the majority of them. Let's see. I have just like some quality of life ones, like Goliath Paladin. We talked about how your Protector of the Crown is pretty solid here because it's going to be hard to swing through these giants reliably. So initiative, same deal. And this is a giant. Great. Calamity's Captain. It has a relevant interaction. This is a 5/5 for fire, but when you monstrous it, it exiles all artifacts and enchantments. So this being on board is also like, sure, it can be interacted with, but it's going to slow down people from playing these things until they find a solution for it. And also it turns into an instant speed of like it's an instant speed thing that you can do, and it's hard to counter. Along the same line, here is a large giant that also has removal attached to it. You can bear down and destroy an target artifact or enchantment. Nice to have your removal attached to also large creature that is giant. Sentinel of Eternal Watch. Oops. Sentinel of the Eternal Watch. What are you? Oh, you've got this in here. Being in combat, only each opponent's turn tap a creature. Yeah. I also some of your giants have this inherently, but I think I would want to have this on all of them. Oathsworn Giant gives all of your creatures +2/+0 and vigilance. Also feeds the Towering Titan really nicely by buffing all of your creatures. Because that's like your creatures are just thick. They're very thick. And I would want to be able to send them into combat constantly. But having them tap is a pretty big downside. Exactly. And then we can cut the vigilance enchantment. Because always watching is fine, but this is much better if you're going wide. So yeah, I like this was definitely on my cut list. But like because you don't need to have a source of vigilance. It's just nice to have, but putting it on a giant is even better. You also just have some giants that are the utility things that you need. You can just run Uro. How do I... Titan of Nature's Wrath, that's what it is. Because, sure, it's not good to be dropped in with Foxglove, but this replaces a ramp piece and is a giant. And is also just a good card. If we're adding initiative, then Undermountain Explorer, yes, that is also on my list because I count this as utility that also has upside. Undermountain Adventurer is a mana dork, is a giant, and gives you the initiative. I think we absolutely add that. What else did we have on? What else did I have on this? Oh, this is one of my maybe my favorite giant. Here's a throwback. Jareth, Leonin Titan. This was just I just thought this was a cool card back in it's from the Pit Fighter cycle, which I've mentioned before. This is around when I started playing, so I liked all of these cards. But is it fantastic? No, but is it cool? Yeah, giant cat that can give protection from stuff. Okay. We also have some giant support that we haven't done. There are non-creature giants. Wow, that was not good typing. That was not good typing. Favor of the Mighty. This is a giant enchantment. Each creature with the highest converted mana cost has protection from all colors. That's usually going to be you. And that means that you can. This is like. Also helping you to get in. We also have the another giant non-creature, Feud Killer's Verdict. I don't know. I don't think this card is good. I would absolutely run it. For Giant's Grasp, I think is bad. I think it's actively bad. I would not run that card. Because like you're yeah. Granted, I'm about to tell you to run this. So for 6 mana, gain 10 life, and if you have more life than an opponent, put a 5/5 giant in onto the battlefield. That's pretty reliable. That you'll have more life than somebody. Yes, this is clearly a flavorful deck. So if you want to run Giant's Grasp, you should. Here, let's. It's just, wow, is this thing just screaming to get 2 for 1. So here's Giant's Grasp, everybody. It can only enchant a giant you control, and you gain control of a non-land permanent for as long as the Giant's Grasp stays on the board. So yeah, this is not a great card. But there's only so many Giants Matter cards that are not in red, so throw it in there. We can glimpse the Cosmos. Unless your Giants have protection from all colors, right? This is a pretty basic spell that looks at 3 and you put 1 in your hand and the rest on the bottom, but you can cast it again from your graveyard for 1 blue if you control a giant. That's actually pretty good. 3 mana to look at 6 cards, and put 2 into your hand. That's better than Stock Up. Okay, so now I have a couple cards that are like also flavorful, even if they aren't directly giant cards. They're giant cards. Gotta run Raised by Giants in this. It makes your commander a 10/10 and a giant. Mr. Foxglove as a 10/10, pretty good. That's a 10/10 double, not double striker, 10/10 lifelinker, and you feel much better about attacking with it. Glorious Sunrise. This is, I don't remember the exact things this does. So creatures you control +1 in trample. You can make a land tap for better. You can draw a card because you have a big creature or gain 3 life. Yeah, I love this here. One of I'll touch on this a little bit more after I go through my the giant like ads. But I think one of the weak points of this deck is being able to actually get in with your giants. There aren't a lot of ways to do it. Or like not ways that I like. But this one, being able to each turn give your creatures +1 in trample, I think is a great way to do it. Also, definitely a giant card. Giant's Heritage? Giant Heritage? Giant Inheritance. Words that sound like that. Giant Inheritance. So it gives your creature +5/+5, and when it attacks, you put a monster roll on an attacking creature, which gives it +1/+1 and trample. So you can put that onto the creature with the giant inheritance, and then start buffing your other creatures as well. Plus, this has the nice insurance plan of returning to your hand if it goes from the graveyard to the battlefield. So all you have to do is avoid your creature getting removed while this is on the stack. I think that was everything that I had that was like, oh yeah, these are definitely honorary gianty things. I'm gonna make some adjustments here. Overall, so we have a kindred strategy, right? We're focused on creatures that are giants. The problem is there aren't a lot of giants. we don't have a lot of them. You can't get a lot of them onto the board because they all cost a ton of mana. So some of the common cards for Kindred strategies we actually don't want to run here. Distant Melody, we're not going to have a lot of giants. This is rarely going to draw us enough cards that we're happy with it. Herald's Horn, this is much better when we can cast a bunch of like small to mid creatures because we're getting the reduction on multiple spells. Urza Incubator, I can be on board with. This would also be on the chopping block for me because again, this is much better when we can cast a bunch of mid-sized creatures. But I think it does enough here where you can keep it. I would cut Vanquisher's Banner. Again. This is much better in a deck where you can go wide with. We're often not even casting the giants because we're cheating them in with Mr. Foxglove. Same with Kindred Discovery. Better with more creatures on the board. Yeah. Okay. So then, what can we do about this? Titan of Livitjara is one that was lower on my list, but I think totally works. Technically not a giant. It's just an illusion of a giant, but it's a giant when it hits the board. This is fine, and I think a better choice than the other things because it can be cheated in with Foxglove, and it will draw cards repeatedly for attacking. I think this is just a better choice for those. Reflections of Littjara is a much better choice for this kind of deck because it's copying your casts. So like it's still kind of non-bows with Mr. Foxglove, but it's better than the other things, I think, because you're able to get a big value for your copies. And how about we help out Foxglove a little bit here? Here's some old tech. How about Belby's Portal? You can cheat in your giants for 3 mana. Minds over matter. Do we want simple Lightning Greaves? I'm pretty low on Lightning Greaves, to be honest, because it's decent with Mr. Foxglove, but like the play is still telegraphed. If we have Lightning Greaves in play, the player's going to be looking out for as soon as we have 5 mana. It actually doesn't make too much more of a difference than just playing this onto the board and waiting a turn, because this is not a kill on sight commander. Like, players that are reasonable will just be like, okay, well, they're likely going to draw some cards when they go to combat next turn. But I'm pretty low on Lightning Greaves. I think I actually had Swiftfoot Boots also on my cut list. Um, yes, we were talking about the evasion here. So all of our giants, the advantages they have large stats. Some of them have vigilance, but none of them, except for this one, have any sort of evasion built into them. So there are a couple cards in here that do the job, but I think we can do better. You can count Chroma's Will, but if you're casting this, you're probably in a position where this kills players, which doesn't make it bad for sure. But I want to be able to incidentally get giants in. We have Whisper Silk Cloak. The Shrouding can't be blocked. We have Aqueous Form. Can't be blocked. With Garrick's Uprising, giving all of our stuff trample. I like Garrick's Uprising because this has got so much upside for us. It's drawing cards from pretty much every creature that we have. It's the trample, I think, is pretty solid because we're not worried about our creatures losing in combat too often. And it's its own permanent. I don't like the Aqueous Form here. It's cheap, but it's only ever going to work on one creature, and once that creature is removed, we also lose this. Whisper Silk Cloak is fine and does the job. Wonder or Brawn, if you had ways to put those into the graveyard conveniently, I'd run them. Otherwise, no. So in this case, no. Take advantage of your giant's big stats. I think there are so many cards that could be in this slot. What? Is it just Sledge? Behemoth Sledge. Here's just an example of one of the cards. I think just a boost and trample is great. This could also be Loxodon Warhammer. This could be like Winged Boots. I think you want a repeatable, like you want it on equipment or like Rancor, something that comes back. Trample is fine as long as it is something that can be repeatedly done and has some other upside. Rancor being cheap or Behemoth Sledge giving lifelink. Because I think your creatures are hard to contest. They are big. Great Henge. I mean, like, yeah, you could definitely recommend Great Henge here, but I think there are not many green decks with large creatures that you would not recommend that card for. Skullspore Nexus. Now you're talking. You are likely playing this for very cheap. It is some nice board wipe insurance. Nice removal insurance. And it's a nice being able to double power at instant speed makes combat blocking really difficult for players and means that because either you can double something's power that has been blocked to take out like whatever they're blocking with, or you look for the one thing that's gotten through, which is still probably fairly large, and double that. So yeah, I like that suggestion. But yeah, I think I would just like to see any evasion like that. I think trample is fine. Flying is good if it's cheap. But I don't think I even need to recommend specific cards for that. That can really be anything. But I think stuff like this that boosts is better and has extra abilities like lifelink or like wing boots as ward. Levitation is fine, but like because this is just everything gets flying, right? Like I would be fine with this. Totally fine with this. Just I don't know. I like the idea of like a Garrick's Uprising better because you're getting additional upside. Like this just gives the flying, but doesn't do anything else. Like you also don't need to. It doesn't necessarily have to be something that's giving all of your creatures something because you are not going to have a lot of creatures out on board. I think I'd rather have like Behemoth Sledge here or Wing Boots than Levitation because even though I'm getting through with a couple extra creatures, I'm not getting additional upside on them. Sky Shaper? Do I know this card? Sky Shaper. Wow, I've never seen this card before. I mean, no. No, we don't. The most important thing I think here is that it is not a one-time effect. You want something that's repeatable. But that makes me happy. What a classic Magic card. I love that. Okay. I have I think I have some more like quality of life stuff. You're running Urban Evolution here, which is a good card for this deck. I think is totally fine. You're drawing cards, which is important because you want more cards in your hand for Foxglove, and you're ramping yourself a little bit. However, I think that the same costed Make Your Own Luck is better here. For the same 5 mana, you are drawing you're essentially drawing 3 cards, but also getting to play something for free next turn. And all of the big hits are expensive. So I think this card is just better here. Does it have enough draw and ramp? Well, you have draw built into your commander, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. But I do think that, like, I do think the ramp could be a little bit better. If you look at the creatures and spells that you want to be playing proactively, you don't have many things that are early, but once you hit like 5 mana, you have your commander, you have some more relevant cards. But I think oh, and you're also incentivized to kind of dump your hand out because your commander then refills it for you. So the cards you could run are the mana dorks that care about big creatures. You have Bugenhagen, which is cool because he draws cards. But what about just stuff like can I spell this right? Elysian Caryatid. Taps for 1 of any color, but 2 of any color if you have a power 4 or greater. So it gets better once you've got a giant out. There are other there are other cards that are similar. No, this is not what I want. There's another one that cares about, like, if you have 4 or greater. There's also the best one. Fanatic of Ronus, which taps for 4 if you have a power 4 or greater. Yes, yeah. This, there's another like common one that taps for an additional 1 if you have a power 4 or greater. But then yeah, this thing is busted. Yeah, I think you are kind of rewarded for, like, blowing a bunch of cards on ramp early, because then you can just go Foxglove, redraw. What else? I had a couple more. This is a card I've been pretty high on for a lot of Kindred decks. So what you get for the cost is kind of absurd for this card. So it only costs 2 to put on the board, equip for 1. You get +1/+1 in Vigilance, which we were talking about is pretty significant for this deck anyway. And then when the equipped creature attacks, you look at 6 cards, and you can take any creature that shares a creature type with it from those into your hand. So this is 3 mana to look at 6 cards every turn and take a relevant creature, and gives +1/+1 and Vigilance, and can be moved from creature to creature. Like, that is just, there's so much. Anybody that is if you're running a deck that cares about a particular creature type and has white, consider this card. It is really good. Yeah, like Key to the Vault, but on attack. Yeah, the fact that you don't even have to hit with it, and you get a boost. Like, Key to the Vault doesn't give you any stat boost either. What was the? I had, like, maybe one more thing for this. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about some cuts. I pulled out a couple cards earlier because of, like, giants are a weird creature type to focus on because they're not very good at going wide. So we cut some cards for that. I think you cut Yorvo here. This card is great on curve. This card is not good in a 3-color deck that has to get played late and only cares about green creatures entering. He is a giant, but I don't think he does much for the deck here. Similarly, I also don't think Realmwalker does much for this deck. It is a giant because Changeling, but what this provides is card advantage. It gives you access also to the top card of your deck. But the number of giants that we actually have in the deck is not very high. And we don't really need the card advantage. We have Mr. Foxglove to refill our hand, and like this is just much better. It's just much better. Where my brain just shut off. It's much better for creature types that are low cost, so you can roll multiple off the top. But not terribly good here. Rob the Princess, the Conjurer's Mantle is the card I'm talking about. Conjurer's Mantle. Excellent, excellent card. Okay, yes. Also, is there a reason for this brainstorm here? I wasn't sure if I was missing out on an interaction. But I think this is just my guess is this is just a filler. And honestly, if you're not running fetches, I think if you're not running a good number of fetches, then I think any other cantrip is better than Brainstorm, like on average. And yeah, or maybe not that, but like you still don't need a cantrip here. And then yes, we mentioned before. What about the cantrips like that combat trick? Yeah. If it's doing anything else, yes. I just mean like a cantrip for cantrip's sake. Like you don't need Brainstorm or Opt or anything like that in this. Yeah, Boots is fine here. But more and more I have been cutting these cards from my decks unless I have a really big need for haste. If I have like a lot of things that have hugely impactful attack triggers, or need to be able to tap right away, and they're not in colors where I can do that in a different way. And I don't feel like these are that. A lot of these are like ETBs. And we don't have like particular pieces that we're like, we need to protect this. So this would be on my cut list. Welcome back, Aku. We are still at it. We in fact have another deck tech after this. And then my last one here, my last cut is actually Shamanic Revelation. Aku, yes, we would definitely have time. Shamanic Revelation has some words on it. There's that work well, but I don't think it actually does enough here. So it's draw a card for each creature you control. I would be surprised if this drew 4 cards. And then gaining 4 life for each creature you control with power 4 or greater. That's some solid upside. I think I'd just rather like if I need a card like this, I'd just rather it draw me the big chunk of cards that I want. So this could be like Lifestream's Blessing or Rishkar's Expertise. I think we're more likely to draw cards off of large power than we are off of going wide. Okay. That's everything I've got for this deck, Targ. This did make me very happy. This is a very goofy way to approach both of these options, both Mr. Foxglove and a giant deck. And I think it absolutely works. This is very fun. Let me get you this. And then we move onward. No problem. Always makes me happy looking at cool decks like these. All right. Wait, we did that. All right. So now we have Electman's Hearth Hall the World Seed deck. If you all saw my video from today, you saw that I said I think this is one of, if not the best, well, not the best, but it's certainly the best precon to me in recent times. Precon is really good. Aku! Thank you so much. Let's see what you got for me. All right, let me... Cool. You're added. Ooh, tags are set? Cool. Let me, before I forget then, I'll do this. Oh, you did tag this one. You all know that I, like... The tags actively throw me off, but I do it for all of you because I know you like your tags. All right. Yeah, so I was saying Hearthhold the World Seed. I think this is just a really powerful precon out of the box, and there are so many options you have to upgrade it. So this, it's check the note. Yes, yeah. We will. I'll read the commander first, and then we will go over notes as we assess the deck. So you have a spacecraft for 4 mana. So when you play it, it does nothing. But all you have to do is station it 2 to unlock the ability to pay 1 and tap and sacrifice a land, draw 2 cards, and get an additional land drop. Then once you station it up to 8, it becomes a 6/7 with flying, vigilance, and haste. And whenever you sack a land, each opponent loses 2 life. It's funny to me because I guess, yeah, I've never had the haste be relevant. So I wonder what the thought process was to that they added the haste to it, because like I can see why it's there, but I've never had it matter because they didn't want you to be like, okay, play it, station it all the way up to 8, and then attack and activate the ability. Or like, they didn't want you to station it up to 8 and then not be able to activate the ability. But like, I don't know. I've never had it matter, but that's not super important. Let us check out Let's check out what we're doing here. So, okay, burn, huh? We're putting braids in the burn category? But yeah, we have Jury and Mayhem Devil and Ob. That makes sense to me. And Valakut, right? Because this is damage equal to the number of cards you've exiled that you didn't play. And we are likely to have multiple land drops per turn. She deals non-combat damage. She doesn't even deal damage. She's loss of life. But yeah, this is not. I would not. You are crazy. I would not put this in the burn category. Yeah, Rebuild the City. What a cool card that I've never gotten to play in a deck for anything for any reasonable like cause. I'll be looking at what good hits you've got for this. Yeah, you make 3 copies of a land that are also 3/3s with Vigilance and Menace. Like, the card is really cool. It's always gotten cut from stuff for me. Counters. I assume we're not focused on a counter strategy. But yeah. I'm just like, Corvold is in this deck. This is so absurd. Corvold is in the precon. I'm happy to see this upgrade. I think this card is kind of nuts. Finishers, you have Morag and Rubblehawk, which you have. I thought this was cute tech. So its power toughness equal to the number of lands you control, and discard it to give a attacking creature +X/+X, where X is the number of lands you control. I mean, it is cute. I like this card here. I do want to point out that of all of the landfall decks, this one ends up with less lands on the board than average. Because even though you are unlocking extra land drops per turn, you're also sacrificing. You're going strictly down on a land to put another land into play, as opposed to other commanders or other landfall decks that are not sacrificing their lands to do it. But card's still cool. All right, we got a bunch of ways to sacrifice lands. Zuran Orb is like the auto first include for this deck all the time. You don't want this to be a typical landfall deck. You want sacrificing to be the forefront of the game plan. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I think that's what makes this deck more interesting than your like. It's what makes the deck and the commander more interesting than your average. Or Orcish Lumberjack, also one of like the first auto includes for this deck. Sacking a forest to add 3 mana. Normally would be a little rough. Not so much in this deck. Safekeeper is just so excellent. Protecting your stuff until you're ready to just sack all your lands, which it also can do. Keep in mind that there's a funny thing with this is you need to hold priority and sacrifice all of the lands that you have like especially if you only have one creature or like only a few creatures, because you don't want them to resolve. you don't want them to resolve individually. Because if you give all your creatures Shroud, then you can't use this ability anymore. So make sure you don't do these one at a time. Cute, sacrifices land, sacrifices land. Yeah, this card has also done some serious work for me. It's like the fact that this turns every fetch into also Impulse Draw. Like not even Impulse Draw. Like I don't know what to call it. It's its own thing, but this provides so much. It is card advantage and ramp. Yep, and we talked about a lot of these things earlier with Tarbeast's Tanic deck, but these do a lot of the same things. The Greater Gargadon also makes me very happy here. This is one of my favorite sack outlets. That is there's better, but who cares? This is a 1 mana 9/7. Yeah, this I think a lot of decks should be considering this card. You're at a haircut. Yeah. I mean, we've just saying that, like, you know, these sacrifice effects to bring in multiple lands at a time is often better than other cards for landfall, especially being able to do them on opponents' turns. Ooh, yes, the card Touchery. Ripples here. Interesting. I mean, this card is like generically good, but I don't know that this is really what we want, because we are milling extra cards each turn to set up for what I assume are our big plays of returning all of our lands. But the lands kind of do that on their own. I wouldn't be as concerned with this card in this deck, but you know, the floor is so high for this card that you can get away with running it in most things and be fine anyway. Yes, you all probably also have seen my video on this card. Which was a one of many videos where I'm like, hey everybody, this is like, do you think that this is mass land destruction? Here's why it might be. And then at the end of the video I go, I don't think that it is. And then every comment is like, oh my god, it's not mass land destruction, why would you say that? I'm like, nobody's watching the video. Nobody's watching the video. But it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think this is a good and reasonable card that unfortunately does not it does not do the thing that you wish it did, which was slow down the ramp players. Like, this is really only good against maybe Simic if you know that they're also not running like Aftermath Analyst and similar effects. But yeah, it is definitely not mass land destruction, or it's not mass land denial. This is just slowing people down. And really, it is just good for this kind of deck. Yeah, actually, one of the things I'll have to figure out is like what other decks actually want to run this actively that are not that are not land decks. But that's a different video. You got to be careful with Storm Cauldron though, because on the show even I have accidentally oopsed other people into combos. You can see the short little video of Nerd Girl's eyes growing wider and wider as she realizes that she can go infinite on like turn 4 because I played a Storm Cauldron to try and slow some landfall down. All right, much ramp, so much ramp. That's what we're doing in the lands deck. I think I've built one deck ever that was landfall land based that did not actively go up, like in land count over the other players because it was Boros. You were sacking your lands constantly, so you would be lower than the other players. So you could play the white cards that allow you to ramp if you are behind. But yeah, these are great. Love these. So you have creatures that are doing land stuff, but when they become tapped, which you have easy access to because your commander has station. These are really wonderful includes. Yeah, because this one just looks at the top and either puts it into your hand if it's a land or not, or puts it in the graveyard. Yeah, same thing. Great. Love that. Yeah. Oh man, I have not seen a Far Wanderings in ages. Ages. Because this is 3 mana for ramp 1, or if you have Threshold, ramp 3. And hey, guess what? The deck that's sacrificing all its lands probably has Threshold. Okay. Undergrowth Recon, you are an Elect Man of Taste. I don't know if you all know this, but I previewed this card. Yeah. Ice Till Explorer is super messed up. This card, as good as you all might think it is 10 times better. This card is so good. It's so good. Because putting additional land drop and playing lands from your graveyard makes this a 1 card you can additionally loop a fetch land every turn. And then on top of that, has its own landfall trigger to help continue to fill your graveyard. I can't believe they put all of these onto 1 card. Okay. Recursion. Yeah, this is so it's hard for this not to be the game plan of this deck, and I think it just is generally the strongest game plan you can have because you're like grinding out value over time as the game goes on, but also filling your graveyard up with lands so that you can cast a Splendid Reclamation, sacrifice an Aftermath Analyst, something like that to bring all of your lands back at the same time for whatever you've got going on. World Soul's Rage also is an expensive way to do a similar thing. But yeah, I mean, like 6 is pretty excellent here since a lot of the cards we have been constantly milling us. And I guess I'm more on board with the enchantment. What's its face? Ripples of Undeath. If we're more on a self mill plan. Yeah. Turn Timber Sower making an 0-1 plant every time that lands are put into the graveyard. Also plays well into the mill. Surveil, Mill Light. All right. We only have 6 pieces of removal. And this doesn't really count. I guess it like kind of counts, but Ooh. Yeah, this is... Oh, and Nicthia is a cool commander. It deals damage, yeah, it does count. It's just not, like, particularly efficient. Yeah. How... for you, Electman, and also anybody that's been playing this, how is this card worked out for you? I've been playing the Precon a bunch. And for some reason, I have never played this card. It has either been either just not shown up, or it has not been the right thing at the time. Like, from my experience so far, this is no Scoot Swarm. And I don't know. Like, the tokens coming in tapped, huge difference, because you cannot just... This is not a good way to put up a wall of blockers. Getting 7 or more land cards in your graveyard is actually trickier than you might think. That is something that you need to be, like, actively self-milling to hit. You know, the one upside here is that this itself is a flyer and makes flyers. But I don't know, it's just been much worse than I thought. Electman, I was just saying, what's been your experience playing Scouring Swarm? Because it's not been good for me. The words on the card seem good. Has not played well. You can sack lands end step player before you? Sure you can. You can definitely do that. If you've played this card on your main phase of your turn, past the turn, and stared at everyone in the face with your fetch lands ready to go. Like, I guess there are a few instant speed like instants in your hand that would allow you to sacrifice lands, but it is, yeah, this is just not been there for me. What if you flash it in? Then that's a whole nother deck. Sack outlets. This is not a sack outlet. Oh, you haven't put this on the table yet. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, totally play it, because it might just be something that's been happening to me, because like I said, I played the Precon a bunch of times, and I've actually rarely gotten the card, period. But even the times I have gotten it, I've not, it's not been the play I wanted to make. What isn't an outlet? Titania. This isn't sacrifice. Sacrifice payoff. Man, is Lord Windgrace still really $20? That can't be right. Yeah, wow. I definitely thought that... I definitely thought there had been more printings. But, okay, yeah. I guess I was lucky. I got gifted a one of the cat's secret layers, so I have this version. But I didn't realize the cards are overrated. Cut it. The reason I don't have Dakmor Salvage in here, so you don't want to do it. Don't like infinites, but like I guess it depends, because what's your it's not quite an infinite. It is, I can fill up my graveyard as much as I want, but you also don't really have like a, I guess you have some payoffs, right? Like turn Timber Sower, but that's fair. It's just like what a weird time that we're in, where we're like, I think I'm gonna cut this from the precon because it's too good. It's like, this is you know, yeah, this precon setup, it's a little too much for me. I think we're gonna pull this out. And like I totally understand the vibes thing, but like that is uh like that's the core of it. Like, hey, this interaction is too strong. Not the kind of game I want to play. Niley's Intervention to search for X land cards. This is not something that I had considered for this deck. So you're putting a bunch of cards, a bunch of lands into your hand, and this is likely taking up your turn. Because you don't want X to be little for this. That feels bad, I think. Elk said in any lands deck you play Intervention. That's a take. Hmm. All right. I'll come back to this because it's I'll come back to this because I just want to be like, I want to figure out how I feel about that. My initial reaction is that's not right, but I don't know that I can pinpoint exactly why that is, so we'll shelve that for the moment. All right, we've got 41 lands. That's a good number. I like that. We have a bunch of sacks. It looks like we're not running the big fetches. Is that a choice because of power or budget or anything like that? Because this is the deck for running the fetches. Yeah, surveil lands are pretty excellent here. Mostly a budgetary choice. Then totally support it. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any other, because it looks like you've gotten pretty much every other sacrifice land that you could do here. Now I have this totally unique idea that I thought of for the deck we were talking about earlier, which is putting Demolition Field in here. That would be pretty good. I thought of this myself. It is a land that sacrifices. You are often there's often a land in each game that you need to address. One day, Robin Princess, one day. I've done much to get here. You know, it's just experience. To be clear, Robin Princess suggested this earlier for the Tanic deck. But yeah, demo field is very good here, and it fixes you, and being able to repeat it, like it's, I think especially not running the like actual fetch lands. That's you want whatever you can get. Um, Let me see. So there is no myriad landscape here, and I should have mentioned this before for the Tanic deck as well. Don't forget, people out there, you can run Crossonverge in any deck that you want. This does not have a color identity. Isn't Myriad Landscape bad though? It's not bad when it does the thing that you like. It is not an auto include in every deck, but in the deck that likes when you sacrifice lands and getting more lands onto the board, it's pretty good. Yeah. Oh, Talongate's that to me is almost an auto include in every deck. But it does carry a price tag. So there is that to consider. But yeah, Crossonverge. Even though it says Forest and Plains, that does not affect the color identity, which is colorless. So you can use this to search up Cinderglade and like Commercial District. Oh wait, no, what am I saying? You can use this to search up Commercial District. What was it? I had a tech for this and it's now gone. I had something cute and I don't remember how I did this. Yeah, never mind. Ignore all of that. You can play it. That's the only thing that you can take away from that, is that yes, you can play it. What was I? How did I don't know. There's so many thoughts that go in and out of my brain, and there's not. I can't even say that it worked when I thought of it originally. Anyway. Yes, definitely toss Talongates in here or any other deck. Because that card is so good. So good. So good. I would actively put that in every single deck that I own if I had enough copies of it. Even Anixia, yeah. Doesn't matter. Card's that good. The card is that good. City of Traders. Yeah, again, like budget. Yeah. All right. And then untapped lands are good. Yes, they are. Yep. Untapping Hearth Hall is, I think, something that the precon was kind of lacking in. So I'm happy to see that that was adjusted here. Okay, cool. This looks pretty hot. I am going to take the tags off now because it helps me to process the deck a little bit better. All right. All right. So, when Electman submitted this, he said, always interested in Jund Landsack as an archetype, but the tools at the time just didn't click with me. Hearth Hall does. Unfortunately, I don't feel like this engine runs as smoothly as I want it to. Okay. That, I think we can definitely work with. So there are many different ways that you can approach this card. this deck, this archetype, because we've gotten so many different like pieces for it, so many different precons that align with it. I think the biggest thing that I noticed with this deck is that it is not committed enough in one direction or the other. The cards just are good together because like lands do land stuff, but I think you would be better off focusing on one avenue and leaning into that hard. So that could be land sacrifice. That could be self-mill. That could be landfall, like triggers and things. But figuring out what you want to lean into and how the deck is mainly going to win will help you to smooth out what it does. Because right now you have a lot of things that are like all of these cards are good, but if you look at something like Lasted Prowler, this is mill. This is a good card for the mill strategy because it mills you when it enters, and then it has an ability that is relevant from the graveyard. But if you don't have a way to get it there, then it's not quite as good. You can always just rely on it dying, but that's not there. So like okay, great. So if you're leaning into land sacrifice, I would not run this card. It has abilities that synergize with that somewhat, but this is a self mill lands card. So let's start there then. Yeah, this is like it's tricky because there are so many good and fun cards for this archetype right now. So what else would I count? Yeah, six is tough for me here. Because this card is another one that's just so generically powerful that you can probably put it in any deck and have it be good. But this is better in a mill focused one. Donkey Juice, no Summon Titan, not yet. But that one. So here's the difference. Here's why a card like Summon Titan would work in a deck like this. So mill 5 cards, that's self-mill. Return all lands from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's a different strategy. That is landfall. And also you don't need to be doing a self-mill for that ability to be strong. And then the final one also gives you a really big swing. It's a good body on its own that at the worst stalls you for time because nobody's swinging through a 7/7 with reach. So I think you could definitely run something like this. I'm just gonna go through and since we're adjusting the engine as a whole, I'm just gonna start like going through and cutting stuff. I think that Mazarek is overrated. Let's see. I think that this card would be really good if I didn't have to hit a player with it. All All right. Let's see. Nihilia's intervention will come back to you. So talk to me about rebuild the city, because I don't know what we're doing with this aside from making three like three threes. Casual Depression Reshape the Earth is a fun one, but I think this deck is also not as focused on landfall. If you look at the number of things that actually benefit from lands entering, it is not that much. I really want to know. Yeah, tell me, what are we rebuilding the city? Lotus Field? Do you want to? Are we making hexproof uh creatures that sacrifice a bunch of lands when we come in? Hatchery's kind of cute. But overall, this card has maybe be like, wow, this would be so cool. But it's just, I don't know. As a blue player, it's kind of the turn 3 arrow. It's not land destruction if you sack the land. I mean, that's I think you as the lands player need to be wary of that. If you see a blue player that has not developed their board on turn 2 or 3, then don't cast your arrow. But yeah, so yeah. Do I have more deck techs in the queue? We have one more. We have one more. You all are always welcome to submit more deck techs. I will go until we are out of them. But also, don't feel like you need to add things just for the time, because we every time that we do these on Wednesdays, any spare time is just for deck building, for decks for the show. Yoshikage, that the deck tech is $30 if you go to the link in the other corner of the screen. Oh, because yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I would take this out. Let's see. I don't think we need Kodama's Reach here. Let's see. Yeah, I think we are getting rid of this Ripples on Death and trying to, like, trying to wean you off of the self-mill, Electman. Um... Hey! Cecil, thank you very, very much. I will add your I will add you to the queue. Now Okay. This Far Wanderings is cute, but I think this is actually stronger, like, for a more landfall-focused deck. Because we don't want to cast this on turn 3. And later on, I'm not sure that we really care about lands entering. We'd rather be sacrificing them. All right, so we've cut a couple cards out of here. But the question is, what do we do with it now? So if we're really focused on the sacrifice aspect of this, then what do we want? Oh, okay. So I think regardless of what your like core strategy is, these any effects that bring all of your lands back, Lumra, well, you know, it's got a price tag. But if you have this, definitely include. But we have Aftermath Analyst, we have Splendid Reclamation. That I think is one of the only other like bring all of your lands back. This as specifically sacrifice. Oh. I love this little guy. Elvish Reclaimer. What a good one drop for this deck. So good. So good. Does the thing that you want. Tutors the lands that you want. And I mentioned this earlier, but like, since this can search for any land, even though it comes into the battlefield tapped, you can just search for these lands, which then sacrifice as soon as they enter. So the coming in tapped doesn't matter. You still get a sacrifice right away. So yeah, and then once 3 lands are in your graveyard, it is actually a relevant size body. Like, this is just such an excellent start to your game plan, and even later on is a very low mana like investment to do a thing that's pretty good for you. What about World Shaper? World Shaper is a little different because this one you have less control over when it happens, because you need this to die. And I don't know that we have a lot of ways to sacrifice non-land things. We can sack it at end of turn with Braids. We can sack it with Corvold, although I think if we have Corvold out, we're just good anyway. I guess Eumidian Waste Waker can do it. But I think that like that to me is the main problem. Oh, Gargadon can do it. Is that you want to make, if you need a consistent way to be able to do this, otherwise people just don't block it. So like I think you could consider this for sure. But it is to me not in the same category as Lumra or Analyst. I'm trying to think if there like what else I can offer as specifically sacrifice uh tech here. I think you just want Sakura Tribe Elder here. Brilliant. Wow, the land stack wants Sakura Tribe Elder. But this is just actively better than a lot than like some of the other ways to get lands on the board because it is a thing that sacrifices itself. So that's a trigger for Jury. That's a trigger for Avendo Brush Razor. That's a trigger for Mayhem Devil. Uh, in a pinch, it can be a sacrificed creature to Braids at end of turn. Um, oh, okay. I talked about this last week, right? For a lands deck. Consider Reign of Filth if you're trying to make a big explosive play to end the game. Then I think this card is really cool. It allows you to sacrifice all of your lands for additional mana to then continue doing whatever broken thing that you were doing. And because it only costs one to do, it is really hard for it's one and instant speed, so it's really hard for somebody to interact with this in a way that like yeah. Casual, also a good suggestion. Squandered Resources in a similar vein. It's got a slightly different price tag on it. Um, but I think it's very much worth noting that this card exists. You sack a land, add mana to your mana pool that it could produce as an enchantment is woo, so good. But I assume that this is I assume that this is not within the budget. Cecil doing the good work. Appreciate you. Thank you for gifting to Casual Depression. Yes, I was mentioning that your removal suite is a little light here. We got new toys. What about this? Super simple. Seed Chip Impact kills an artifact or enchantment, and if it costs 2 or less, you make a lander, which is a thing that you sacrifice. Super simple. So like that does a lot of everything. Even at its worst, it's just like, hey, 2 mana to kill an artifact or enchantment. That's baseline. That will happen. That's great. Um, let's see. Is Life from the Loam okay on the budget? I think it's like $8 or $9. because this card is real good, and it especially not running fetch lands. You have significantly less sacrifice lands. Oh yeah, if you have the Salte Precon, this came in it. Yes, definitely do that because it can be really valuable to be able to recycle the sack lands that you do have in the deck. Now, I got to be careful because this is self mill, but that's not specifically what we're using it for. Also, it looks like some of my favorite ways to sacrifice the lands in the deck are cut out. I really liked Bantu in this. Enter, sacrifice any number of permanents, draw that many cards. And it's repeatable because if it dies, it just goes back into your deck. This could be a lot of things. This could also be some of the spells that do a similar thing. Like there was one I think in Thunder Junction. But yeah, this has been one of the better cards for me in the precon. So I would definitely run that back in, especially if sacrifice is the thing. Yeah. Pitiless Carnage. I like that you can plot this early and it can just sit in exile for when you want to use it, and then it's just free. And like, it doesn't even have to be the big like, oh, I sacrificed all my stuff to do a big move. It's fine if that's just like, oh, I'll stack 3 lands to draw some cards and get my triggers. Miss anything while getting ads? Let's see. Yeah, we after. Oh yeah, I was talking about how Bantu and similar effects are some of my like have worked the best for me playing the precon. So I would recommend putting this back in and running something like Pitiless Carnage, or there's like one other spell that also does a similar thing. Um, um, Hey, Cecil, coming through. Hmm. Okay. Um. Yeah, I think to me this is a really good start. It just needed a little. It needed a little bit more focus on what it was doing, making sure that we're capitalizing on land sacrifices, making sure we have a lot of different outlets, but also ways to convert on them. Yeah, let me find what the last. There's one more black spell that does this thing, and I think if you're leaning into this, specifically the sacrifice as like the big part of the deck, you should be running all of these because, like I said, they've played really well for me. Reprocess. There we go. Yeah, sacrifice any number of artifact creatures, land, draw a card for each one. Cool. Um, I think otherwise you might want to consider some of the more like some of the more common landfall cards that make creatures, because that not only uh allows you to have just a basic forward game plan of like, okay, I will be sacrificing my lands for value and a little bit of damage, but I'll also be building up creatures that I can just send into people's faces. But on top of that, even if you're not doing that, the bodies on the board buy you more time to set up your engine. Um, so like I would think about those. Scoot Swarm if you're not opposed. Uh, Baloth's Chocobo racetrack or raceway or whatever. You social engineering, that kind of stuff. Is there? I mean, like that is just a strong thing. Always is. I will put a bunch of creatures on the board, and being able to consistently trigger them, twice is it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Whew, we're cooking. Okay. So this is from Aku. I believe this is your first decked out deck tech ever. And then we will have one more after this from Cecil. All right. So let's go over this commander first, and then we'll go over some notes and take a look at the deck. So Aku's Wrath Capuchin Ship's Mage deck. I haven't seen one of these as commander for a while. So 4 mana for 3/3 with flash and flying. You may cast historic spells as though they had flash, and my heart. I love playing at instant speed and enabling most of your deck to be able to play at instant speed. It speaks to me. So, they said, worked on this deck for 2 years, and it's complex, so take your time. Wondering if Shield of Seagate, Hall of Helad's Generosity, maybe some other considerations that are historic. And then we said we have keep mana open, interact. If no, you need to interact, you play it. Yeah. That is the Flash way. Is the advantage here is you can use your mana optimally across the entire rotation of turns. Do you need to counter something? You got it ready. Do you need to remove something? You got it. You can do that when you want it. And then, hey, did nobody play anything that you thought was particularly a problem? Cool. Flash in the thing that you want on the board. Untap. Yeah. We have Planeswalkers, which are historic. Flashing in a Planeswalker? Incredible. Aku, you're saying bunch of tricks with multiple Sword of Feast and Famine triggers and flashing stuff in between. Yeah! Using opponent turns to protect your cards from removal and be more flexible, and flashing in sagas. Yes, because sagas are historic. In your own draw step to uptick them twice in one turn. I love that. Cool. Okay. Teferi, shutting down our opponents being able to act at instant speed, and I guess can act as a mini Wrath if we have to plus it. Eternal Wanderer. Yeah, it seems pretty good to be able to drop this at the end step, untap, board wipe, and be able to develop immediately. Creatures, we got some good stuff. Interesting. All right, so we're solidly in bracket 3 here with 3 game changers and some tutors. That's what I assumed looking at some of these cards. Yeah, so remember, everybody. So historic means legendary, artifact, or saga. Those are historic. So as long as they're any of those things, they are flashable with Wrath. Hello, Mia Bite. Oh, the decks be tacking today. Okay. Some nice protection pieces. Pippin, Skrelv, Boromir. Our removal also attached to historic bodies. Loran, Riptide Gearhawk. Oof. Flashing in Riptide Gearhawk. Oh. Oh. Be still my heart. Yeah. This, have any of you seen this played in your games? Because when this was first spoiled, everybody was like, oh my god, this card's so good, it's gonna be in every Blink deck forever. It goes in so many things. I've literally never seen this card played. Or at least not make it onto the board. I think the card is excellent. I think people were correct. But it's just weird that like sometimes those cards get like hyped and then you don't see it. Like there are a lot of Magic cards, but I expected to see this more. Yeah. Oh yeah, the double strike. That's very relevant here. Yeah, and you just got some new toys to play with the Saga creatures. And yeah, both Valefor and Yojimbo have really, really relevant first chapters. So even if you're not doing your trick to flash them in and draw in your draw phase, these these are good for removal and then continue to do stuff. Yeah, Electman, exactly. Yeah, people were saying that Bright Glass, the Selesnya one, was going to be like a big CEDH staple because it could search Soul Ring and another thing, and then I've never seen that card played. Yeah. Ooh, I I really love this. It's so hard to actually pull off this meld because you need both on board at your end step. And so normally you kind of telegraph if you play one, it's like, oh, okay, somebody's going to like we know what you're gonna play on your next turn, so we're gonna be ready for it, or we're just gonna kill the one that we can see right now. And this deck is the perfect place to do this. Double trigger War of the Last Alliance. Does that search for a legendary the first 2 chapters? Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Yeah. Teshar seems really excellent here since the deck itself is historic. And this doesn't care when you cast it, it just cares that you cast it. If an artifact entered. Okay, so the artifact count, well, I'll have to double check after looking through the whole thing. I think this card is really good. And this is one of my like really highly underrated cards. Which doesn't really make sense if you think about it, but don't worry about it. Squee, hello. Thank you so much for the resub. Yeah. And Sarah Jane Smith. Right, exactly. Yeah. It's so easy to get an artifact to enter the board on each player's turn. So for 3 mana, you get an excellent blocker and you get look at 2 cards every turn. Oh yeah, with Wanderglyph? Yeah. It like I've been considering I can't make any more mono blue decks. I just can't do it. I have a sickness. I cannot build more. But I've been really tempted multiple times to build this as a commander just to show people. I'm just like, people need to know this card is really good. Oh, this is cute. Grazilax, so you go to combat players are like, sure, I'll take like a little bit of damage here and there, and you flash this in, so you get the combat damage trigger. Love that. Ooh. Yeah, that's nice. What else do you have that's double striking here? I guess maybe I'll see some other things in the deck that double strike. Canonist is mean. It's interesting. With Monstrosity, do you find that that you're able to do this, the full 10 mana often? Because like that's a really strong play to do like, you know, to do at instant speed, but that's a lot of mana. Yeah. Just like so many of these things gain some extraordinary utility to when you cast them in instant speed. Yes, the Sword of Feast and Famine business. Okay, yes, the blink makes sense. Because you can then you're splitting up the cost. Cycle and Fear the Triad, yeah. Alright, alright. Search for Legendary. Or a Saga. Great. Karns. This is a legendary spell and therefore historic. Beautiful. You can insert your extra turn wherever you want in the turn cycle. Gross. Okay, we got a we have a basic suite of interaction, which we don't need as much in this deck since all of these turn into interaction. Even something like Avacyn suddenly becomes interaction because you can flash it in response to somebody's removal. So you don't need a ton of this. I think the one thing, because like now having seen these and your instance, that is not a lot of counter magic. You have 1, 2, 3 pieces of counter magic. And I feel like the only things that stop you are ones that you need counter spells for. Like, what do you do if somebody drops a Grand Abolisher? Or like, you know, their own, what do you do if somebody else plays Teferi Time Raveler? Because you drop Teferi, but like, yeah, but you can't do it then, right? So like if somebody casts Grand Abolisher, they're probably trying to win the game, right? So then you don't have options for it. Because you only have the things that you're able to remove right then. So I think that is a thing that would make me nervous. I guess you also have like Flash in Either Sworn Canonist, which is kind of funny. In case you all missed it, that was just sucking on Chili Dog. I guess also flashing in the one ring. There are maybe more options than I'm thinking. I haven't seen the whole deck, so that's I guess just my initial reaction here. Okay. Yeah, even the ramp, it's like beautiful. Yeah, I guess because my rel to me is a little bit different, because that deck is probably not trying to combo. But like a voice of victory gets cast, you're like, okay, I know what you're trying to do, and there may not be as many solutions to that, but yeah, that is a good amount of ramp. Chalice, Signet, Falwar Stone, Liquid Metal Torque, Mind Stone, Prismatic Lens, Talisman. Yeah. Although, why this one? This could be this could be another Signet. This could be another Talisman. No, I don't know why my brain, that's not right. They were in two colors. Woo! Yeah, I don't. Is there not a better choice than this? Weird. All right. Key to the vaults, and we do have a flying commander, so that seems pretty good. Iron Crag? Yeah, that's better than this. Why is that ooh? You have a flying commander. A mana rock that turns into an equipment is actually pretty good. I don't know. I like the Iron Crag. I wish it was better. Okay. So yeah, the Sword of Feast and Famine stuff is very cute. Um so yeah, if you can cast instant speed, if you get the untapped lands trigger, you can go tap all of your lands, uh get the trigger, untap them, so you floated that mana and you have the fresh mana that you've just untapped to do something big with. And even though it's in combat, it doesn't matter because you have flash. Cool. This seems particularly powerful for you. Because normally the downside of this card is you've just spent 4 mana for a rock that taps for 1. Flash solves that. Yep, mill and grab a historic. Historic bells cost less. You said you have the Remora in here just because the card's good. Yeah, this is great because you don't care that you've destroyed all creatures because you're flashing this in, and then as soon as it gets to your turn, you return a legendary creature. So at the least, Wrath to the board. All right, and then we're on 33 lands, 36 with MDFCs. How have you felt with that? My instinct is that is low. You are running a lot of rocks, but at a certain point, and I think that point is already here, it has been amazing. I wouldn't trust it. All right, so here's our turn 1. This is pretty solid. Would you keep this? We have 2 lands, no ramp on 2. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I'm blocking this. I am totally blocking this. Okay, yeah, do you keep this? Saga, Greaves, Snow Island, Gisela, Relic of Legends, Hullbreaker, Riptide. Borderline keep? Because I think this is tricky for me, because if I know that my land count is low, I don't think I can keep this. All right, how about this? 1, 2. We have 3 lands and ramp on 2 and a 1-drop. Okay. Deck does not keep hands with no card draw. Okay. Does this count? There is a key to the vault, which is not really card draw. This is good? Okay. I'm just gonna run through this really quick. I think I just want to archive here. Shorkai's card draw, yeah. We have 2 lands here. This is a tap land. I don't think I want this. Okay, so we draw on 2. Play a land. Play a Torque. Draw. We Saga. We chill Flash in Wrath on turn 3. Untap. Untap and draw Urza Saga to 2. Let's just play a Plains here. We're at 5, so like we are bopping somebody with Wrath, passing the turn. I guess our struggle here, you would have played Shorkai on 3. To have more options later. I don't know. I really like the I like the option to be able to just flash Shurikai here, activate Shurikai and untap. But that is just me. I think now. So here's what I would be worried about. What solutions do I have? Because I guess the other option you have on your main phase is cast Search for Glory, leaving you have 2 mana available for an answer if there's something you need to deal with right now. Okay, but we certainly did not have issues with lands there. Yeah, that was my thing there, because we have made it to turn 4, and if we pass, the only thing we can do is flash in developing the board. But that's not the worst thing. Land, MDFC, land. This is also good. That's interesting. It depends on the pod, I think, right? Because you can't rely on Fairy Mastermind drawing you cards that early. I don't know that I would keep this, but I will trust and see what we do here. So let's Scalding Tarn for the Meticulous. We look at this. Stone of Eric obviously would be a call based on the... Flash it in to draw at least 1 card, but I don't know that you're guaranteed that. Not early on. But yeah, if we go to 2, sure, we have this. What other is there a better Plains to grab here that is untapped? I guess Hallowed Fountain. Cool. Flash in the Mastermind. I'll give you credit. We'll say we draw 1 more. And then we draw for turn. Here's a deserted beach. All right, so I think for me, I would just be dropping Pippin here. And because the unwind is not, I don't think we care too much about countering something there. Draw, go to 4. All right, like I'm gonna give it one more, but like I'll that's solid. All right, this is 2 lands, but no card draw. Second 7. Down to 6. We have 2 blue and a chalice. I think you have to keep this. Cause I think I would keep this hand. We go here, Soul Ring, Chalice. I just don't want to play the seat yet because that's all artifacts. We get totally blown out by stuff here. Yeah, flash end of turn, draw, beach. We probably just key equip. We hit for 3. We look at 1, 2, 3. Ballad. Okay. Yeah, because all of the MDFCs are untapped MDFCs, right? So like that's yeah. All right. I'm on board. Okay, so you are looking at some cards in particular. Okay, so this, right? We're looking at Linvala? Legendary, so this so flashable. Beginning of combat if you're full party. We'll figure that out in a second, but I guess the main one is sacrifice, choose hexproof or indestructible, and your creatures gain that until end of turn. Meh. Because okay, so this is better than one of the target protectors like Pippin or Skrelv. I guess you do also already have Boromir. Uh, okay. I'm not so hot on this. Is there? I'm trying to think what other options you would have that do that thing. Spotify! It's doing it again. It's trying to get us to listen to all of Layla. All right, hold on. All right, we went through the playlist. Let me switch to something different here. Okay. All right. Well, how about this? Very soon you will have a better option than this. I think, yeah, if you just wait until Spider-Man to release, you have Spectacular Spider-Man, which already has Flash, and then Sax for 1 to give your creatures hexproof and indestructible. So, like, I just like this better. It is something reasonable to play even before Wrath, and essentially costs the same amount that Linval would be. Yeah, here you go. There you go. And you don't have to choose. It's hexproof and indestructible. Ta-da. Just put that in the sideboard. Yeah, the card's really good. Oh, I'm gonna put myself back down here. Okay. What are your worst cards to take out? Okay, hold on. Because let me also go over the cards that you were looking at, because you had like 2 more, right? Hall of Heliod's Generosity, the land that that brings back enchantments, which is not a lot, but it so you have these, and you have the Saga creatures, which is probably much more. It's relevant for the sagas since the sagas go away, and you are likely rolling through them faster than normal. But it is a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. Yeah, this is not worth it to me. I don't, because I think if any of these enchantments were like, your strategy was based around them, or they did things that other cards really could not do at all, then you'd want it. But it being an only colorless source that interacts with only a handful of cards in your deck, and only in situations where they have also gone to the graveyard, I don't think you. Is it better than Gyre Sanitarium? I mean, yeah. I think this is a card that's actively bad unless your strategy really works well with it, and I don't think that is this deck. So like, I definitely would replace this with Hall of Heliod's. Yeah, and this is actually, I think, one of the worst cards in the deck. Okay, and then did you have any other considerations? You had some here. Ballista, Lion Sash, Heliod, Thought Monitor. How many artifacts do you have? A lot of rocks, so that definitely helps. I don't think this is enough for me to care about this card. Yeah, so wondering if you run Heliod Ballista. I mean, Gyreach you can use to set up reanimate targets by discarding from your hand. Yeah, but that's such a niche interaction that requires you to have like a very specific card, because what else here lets you discard? like Shurikai. Yeah, I think it's just the odds of those mattering are lower than just wanting a reliable land. But um, if you tried one last time before you get to 30, yeah, I don't think that's worth a colorless land that still needs 2 mana to tap. Yeah, I would run Hall of Heliod over the Gaia Reef Sanitarium. Do you like Core Haven here? Like, this is fine. I guess it depends on how your opponents are playing here. Because right, it's a deterrent. But I think if I'm playing in your pod, I'm like, cool, I'm gonna send a reasonable creature to Aku to see if I can either get the damage in or force the Core Haven to trigger or to be activated. Um, but I think that requires like another like thinking forward extra steps. So I don't know that your average pod is playing that way. So yeah, if players are deciding not to attack you simply because you have it available, then it is a good card. All right. Let's see what else we can cut here, because I assume the lands are not the area you were looking for your worst cards. All right. I guess my instinct too is to start looking at the cards that are outside of this ability. What do you have that is not historic? And we don't count the instants because they can also be cast at instant speed. Uh, those cards are only Remora, uh, Search for Glory. That's pretty thorough. Witch Enchanter, which is really just a land. Yeah, nicely done. Cutting Pippin or Skrelv. Hmm. Or the ever flowing pools. Okay. Well, let's think about this. I think I like Pippin better here than Skrelv. Uh because the benefit of Skrelv is that it's low cost, lets you be efficient with your mana, but the flash like uh strategy makes it much more flexible, and Pippin is the stronger card. Um like Skrelv's ability protects protects decently well, but the toxic will never matter. And it is rare that it will actually make a creature unblockable in a game of Commander. Like you need a monocolored player that also doesn't have artifact creatures. But Pippin has additional utility outside of just protecting your stuff. It also allows you to get in with things. It has protection itself. So I think between the two of these, Skrelv will be my cut here. I know we're looking for cuts here. Have you considered the vehicle, imposter mech? This is only copying your opponent's stuff, but there aren't actually a lot of things from your own board that you really want multiple copies of. But Metamorph is important to loop one ring with, and the Academy Ruins. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying replace. I'm not saying replace the Phyrexian Metamorph. But I'm just saying. Oh yeah, this is pretty solid. But have you also considered running the imposter mech? But let's see, is there a historic or a better version of Mastermind? No, this card is pretty. This card is pretty unique. Yeah, I don't. The closest that I could think of would be like Council of Four, which is a drastically different different cost. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with Mastermind here. Like it flashes in and it does it before you're casting Wrath. Like I think it's pretty great. Tell me about Illustrious Wanderglyph here. Because this card is good, and it's not that much worse at flash speed. But it doesn't gain a lot by being at flash speed. Because this wants to be around during other players' upkeeps to build your board up. Good night, Elect Man. Thank you for your submissions today. Looking at the spacecrafts made me very happy. Like, this is just a generically good card, and maybe it is there for that, or because it works well with, you know, it's solid with Elishnorn. But Wanderglyph is a good protection card. Helps me get power at not flash speed, but just have bodies for Triad and Elishnorn to be effective. Okay. That's tricky, though. I feel like you have to have a lot of mana before you're willing to play something on your own turn. And it's like, it can't be that good of protection. It's the only thing it's doing is giving some creatures +2/+2, right? Oh, you mean protecting you? Protecting you? Yeah. I like. Don't get me wrong. The card is generically good, but I don't know that it gains much from your strategy here. And I just wonder if there is. I wonder if there is something that is better that does a similar thing or fills the same needs. That is better at flash speed. To compensate for a weakness. I mean, yeah, like propaganda and like ghostly prison stuff is reasonable, but this does have the upside of playing into other things and being a strong card on its own. Yeah, that's right. But if it fills a similar role, if you are not flashing this in, it is still I play this on my own turn to mitigate, you know, or to deal with this weakness against creature based aggro. Yeah, I don't hate this. Yeah, I think I like that answer better. Is is like crawl space. Because you also like you're pretty well equipped to deal with one or two creatures. Uh but like this just sticks out to me as not the most elegant solution for it. What's your third? One ring, one ring. You said you were considering Everflowing? As a cut here? Is that right? Yeah, maybe Avacyn. I think this card's overrated. It's like it's very strong when built around. But it's tough in a world of exile. Now, you're decently well equipped to interact, but having to drop 8 for this. Oh, I would definitely do that. And also, isn't there's an Avacyn saga, right? Battle at the Hello Vault. Is this? Do we care about this? Oh, it just doesn't do it. I was like, I thought it made an Avacyn. It doesn't really make an Avacyn. It makes an 8/8 that is indestructible. That is an Avacyn. Um, but yeah. So Knights of Round, I think I like better than this because it also does this job. So let's bring this up for everybody. Okay. Um so pros and cons. Avacyn, so Avacyn obviously nice because it gives all of your stuff indestructible. It can be a very expensive like anti-board wipe. It itself is fairly difficult to remove because you have to find your actual exile pieces. And it's a very good attacker. Because you're getting 8 in the air and it is vigilant, so you're not worried. Like you can just send every turn, and then it is also getting in the way of one thing. The downside is it's just one sword's thing's gone, and like everybody's got decent answers to this these days. It doesn't mean it's bad. It's just like the answers have gotten better. If we look at Knights of Round, this this immediately makes a bunch of blockers for you. One of which is still indestructible. This doesn't stop flyers, but I think you're more likely to either encounter a lot of creatures on the ground coming at you or a few creatures in the air coming at you. And again, you are much better equipped to deal with a couple individual creatures than an army. This one gives you 4 blockers right away when flashed in that instance. And then if you untap, then you've got 4 creatures that can swing plus the 3 more. I think this card ends up doing better for you than Avacyn. Because also once you get to chapter 5, which I think the strategy is also very good at stalling. Then you have like also a win condition. The fact that this leaves behind a lot more than itself, I think, makes it significantly better than Avacyn here. The giving your stuff indestructible is the thing you don't really care about because you interact so well. Would you be more scared of Knight of Round getting cheated on turn 5 with Key to the Vault or Avacyn? I'd be more scared of Knight of Round. Because the answers to Avacyn are all things that you can cast like on turn 5 or on turn 8. And also Avacyn like hits one player, and as long as I'm not the recipient, I'm like, I don't care at all. Yeah. The deck also doesn't have like a ton of things that you're protecting, so I'm not I think Knights of Round is significantly better for you here. What does this do on the backside? Make something else a copy of a thing. Up to one other target permanent, you can open a copy of that spell. Should you keep Shadow Spear? Is this your only source to be able to bolster your life? So it looks like it to me. Yeah, I would keep this because it's also tutorable. And because I could see this struggling against like aristocrats, or like an aggro deck that is like doing impact tremors stuff. And so if they get that going early, sure, you eventually will have interaction for those pieces, and you can start to dismantle that. But if you're I think having that out of, okay, I've stabilized, but I'm also not worried about the aggro player like pushing through the extra damage at the end of the day. I think you're still good with this. There's also something really satisfying about flashing this in and activating the lose hexproof and indestructible. I think there are like that play makes me really happy. Somebody thinks they're safe, and you're like, no. This is a thing I can do at instant speed. What's this Springleaf Drum here for? Is that just because you are hungry for mana? I would say, unless you can tell me something really cute that you're copying with this, then the card is kind of mid. Like, you also aren't particularly good at filling your graveyard up. Second target for Saga. I mean, I don't think I care. If Soul Ring is already out, I don't care. I will take any other target then. Soul Ring is out, you're already ahead. Targ. Pick a Rakdos commander for you to build. Have you looked at Shadow? But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think this is also a reasonable cut to me. And Everflowing Well Yeah, unless there's some super cute line, I think this does not do a whole lot for you. Drum is not a good rock. It's not a good rock unless unless you've got really good uses for it. Like it can be really good. I just don't think in this deck it is particularly good. Yeah, like the number of things that because you want to be able to use it early if you're doing it at all. Otherwise, just make it a normal rock. But yeah, and yeah, same thing for Everflowing Well. I think if you can't, if you don't have like a really powerful thing that you're doing with this side of it, then it's not worth it because it's going to take you a while to get to the Descend 8. I would replace this with better card draw. Why not the one drop out of... Yeah, that's just like... That just is better here, right? Proto something... Moonsnare prototype? Yeah, this is tap artifact or creature. Because it only makes colorless. The drum makes any color. So the drum I think is better unless you're doing a lot. I don't know. This is also instant speed interaction when you need it. But I don't think you need either in this deck. I don't think you need either in this deck. LeFou? LeFou? Thank you for the prime. Yeah, it's situational. I think they're both reasonable. I just don't think you need either in here. Venat, I feel like I like that better. Like that's repeatable card draw that you are getting every turn because yeah, casting legendary like and it's a strong ability. I have enough ramp without the drum. Yes. Yeah. I think you certainly have enough ramp without the drum. I think the drum is the worst ramp that you have in the deck. And you should be good here otherwise. Yeah. And if you're feeling like you don't have enough ramp, I would just replace it with any other regular rock. Struggling to play cards at the right time and get value. I think the main thing for me is you don't need to try and maximize value for Venat. It's just the incidental value is the upside here. Like if this draws you 2 cards, it wants you to play in every player's turn. No. It just rewards you more for playing in every player's turn. But if this draws you 1 card per rotation, then the card is reasonable because it also has the upside of the 7 activation for removal and turning into this thing. You don't need to maximize value for this. I think it just simply having the potential is good. Cool. All right. I think this is a tight deck list. This deck would make me very happy to play. What do you put instead of drum? I don't know. Personally, I like the idea of Imposter Mech in this deck. But at the very least, at this moment, yeah. I will consider. We do have ways to get these decks onto the show. But I would even just replace it with a regular rock. But let me see. Is there like, yeah, or replace it with Venat. Because, like you said, the card draw is one of the more important elements of the deck, and I don't think that this deck needs that extra one piece of ramp over that ability. But yeah. All right. Do you have any last minute questions? And then we are going to, I think we have one more from Cecil. Would you run Fact or Fiction? Okay, look, if the question is, would I run Fact or Fiction? The answer is yes. Because I have a deep connection to that card. And it's a wonderful card, and it does fit into this deck as an instant speed thing that you can do. Is the card a good choice for the deck? It's not unreasonable, but my instinct is you have better card draw options. But yeah. Okay. Cecil, do you have a deck list for me? Aha. We got a fresh copy paste. Hi Maud, hi everybody. It's the whole dog house, the whole dog home. You've come just in time for this hot deck tech. Let's see. Let me cop it over. Yeah. Hi everybody. Hello. All right, Cecil. We got Kaineos and Tiro. This was one of my very first decks that I kept together for a long time. So I love this commander. The deck you're building to play with a buddy you'll be visiting. The idea is to use the commander and a few group hug cards to enable your opponents to do big things. Yep. So you can copy and clone them with cheaper cards for value. Yeah, I like that game plan. Each color has a defined role: white for cheap removal and interaction and board wipes, blue for clone, red for copy, green for ramp and shenanigans. You need to make some cuts. Yes, you're at 106 cards right now. Looking for any other fun cards to run or game changers to put in. Okay. We can work with that. These are two roommates, canonically. They were pen pals. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a deck in my style. When I had K&T built, I had it built as weird, like rule changing cards, like oops all rule changing cards. So it was just anything that really altered the way that you thought about the game. So like, hey, everybody has flash now. Upwelling, your mana pools don't empty. Uh, Aeon engine, reverse the turn order, stuff like that. This is very, very stupid. So this is every color but black for a 2/8. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Each player may put a land from their hand onto the battlefield, and then each opponent who didn't draws a card. Cool. So we're helping all of the other players to do big things. We're fixing their draws or their lands or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, like Pramicon was in it too, that kind of stuff. So that because Teo reminded me because this is mini Pramicon. So the -2 ability allows players to only attack in a certain direction for a rotation. All right. Ramp, copy, ramp. Oh yes, this copies triggered abilities. Cool. Delny, funny. Even though they have an 8 toughness, they are a 2 power, so this does double it. Uh, 2 recruiters and Rocco. What are we tutoring for here? Clones. Druid, just what, in case you've made a mistake? You're like, oops, I've given you too much. I must take away now. Cool. Yeah, this is just many clones. Thassa, I guess you do have a lot of ETBs, so give your opponents a choice what to blow up with a druid. I mean, like, yeah, that's yes, but they are blowing up each other's things, so it's probably that's whatever you had problems with. Yeah. Ooh, yep. Second Doctor. I like this. Players have no hand size, no max hand size. Itali. I guess that counts, right? Stola had yeah, double blink. Clones, copy your stuff. Cards that are good. Just random Knights of Round. It's a good clone target for yourself, I guess. This seems out of place for the theme. Not out of place for the deck, because like, yeah, it's a good clone target. Yeah, doubles commander. Yeah, because extra end step. All right, let's see. Yeah, borrow your stuff. Card is good. MDFC good. Group hug. Copy your stuff. Copy your stuff. Borrow your stuff. Or this is you just get it, right? Highest bidder and gains control. Yeah. Also the cards, this what an interesting card. I like this. Okay, oops, I gave you too much, taketh away. Oops, I gave you too much, taketh away. Removal. Copy. Copy. And this is also just for fun to like give your opponents a choice. That's cute. Guff, pretty good for dealing with problems across the board while still feeling group huggy. And then copy, group hug. You know the boys like a coveted jewel. you know the boys like a good coveted jewel. All right. Exploration, huh? What are you in here for? I guess what are you in here for? Your commander does this. Do we have a lot of ways that we're getting lands? What's our land count? 35, 41 with MDFC. Cut copy land. No. Keep it because it's silly. Like even though the deck has a real game plan, it's not an unsilly one. You've also got a Teferi's Protection, which means you're in bracket 3. Somebody could feasibly drop a Guy's Cradle or something. Copy. Group hug. Mind's Dilation. I think this is like mildly in theme, but not quite. But don't cut this. Court of Antris, Court of Ardendale. Cool. Very fun idea. Alderfell, I assume this is just a generic question. How do you justify impulse drawing? Value it less than regular card draw, but it just depends on the deck. If you are running a deck that requires certain pieces to function, like if you're playing a combo deck and you cannot afford to risk exiling your one combo piece, then it gets a lot worse. But think of it like kind of like getting milled by your opponent. It's just it's not like, oh, I could have used those cards. No, you're accessing more of your deck. And the upside on that is much better than like, oops, occasionally I played poorly, and like the things I needed were cards I could not have cast anyway. But yeah. Also, a lot of impulse draw in modern design gives you an extra turn to play them, so impulse draw good. Okay. So, what's your goal here, Cecil? Because, like, I like this deck. I guess these recruiters also find clones. Have fun while at least trying to win. Yes, I mean, hey, you know I support that. I think you should sub one of these out for reiterate. Wow, I did not spell that right at all. Just because this is a repeatable effect, and the deck is ramping everybody pretty aggressively, so you may have enough to do this like twice. Or just run like Wild Ricochet, where you you redirect a spell and make a copy of it. You like the cut reverb? Yeah, I think I like either of these better, but maybe Wild Ricochet more. Getting like this is pretty solid value for that much. Rite of Replication, I don't remember because I actually this can this hit anything? Yeah. This seems like a kind of a knockout here. Because this copies one thing for a reasonable amount for, and then you get the possibility of the big play. Does Wizard Duel counter? Right? Is this the card I'm thinking of? Mage's Duel? Chat, you know what I'm you know what I'm thinking about, right? Mage Duel, is that the card I'm thinking of? No, that's not the card I'm thinking of. Either counters or controls. No. That's not that one. Not that one. Like that also I think would be pretty fine here, but I think you're encouraging the players to do their thing, and you're just saying I also get that, so I don't think you want that in this deck. What's the because the card I'm thinking of, I don't remember exactly how it works. It may not be. Mage's Contest. Yeah, it's not what I wanted. Never mind. Is it a demonstrate card? No, but I think the demonstrate cards also might be really fun for you, especially considering one of them copies. Like, I guess, yeah, how funky do you want this to get? Because, like, you have replication technique, but you also have stuff like the 12th Doctor. But this is only from outside of your hand. But yeah, this or Transforming Flourish, I think, is also similar to Guff Rewrites History. That's a really good removal for you. That's in theme. Because what's relevant about Transforming Flourish is that it has them cast the spell that they flip into. Unlike Chaos Warp or Guff, which maybe Guff has them cast too? I don't think so. No, Guff also has them cast, right? But yeah, the fact that you can force them into a spell and then copy it. Yeah. Yes, because I used both of these in Lord of Pain to make players cast spells or to encourage them to cast spells. But yeah, I would replace that with some of your removal, and I think Replication Technique is very fun because you always just have the option to not demonstrate it if there's something particularly rough. But I think these feel like very in theme on what you're doing. Yeah, any permanent. I know I just talked about this, but like Imposter Mech, I just really like this card. Because there's a lot of just super busted stuff you can do with it, being able to put all of the abilities of a creature onto a non-creature, and doing all of that for 2 mana is very good. All right, so we want our opponents to cast big things, and we then are like, hey, let me get that real quick. Still have to cut 10 cards now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's start with the cuts then before I offer any more things, cuz like this will be very easy for me to suggest cards for, since the goal is much more fun oriented. It's the experience necessary, not necessarily the win condition. So all right, what cuts would I make here? Yeah, so talk to me about the Summon Knights of Round. The card is good. The card is powerful. It feels like not in theme. Like it sticks out like a sore broken thumb. Card's good. Um okay, cool. Easy. There's a cut. Um what is Rocco tutoring for? It's like, I get the recruiters, although I would cut these too. But Rocco, that's a lot of mana to tutor. Because like, if your answer to all of these is just, oh, more clones, then I would just run more clones. And like these do pull a lot of powerful cards. You know, like these grab Bloom Tender or Delny. But are they searching for something in particular that you're really focused on, or are they just like kind of toolbox commander, or like toolbox cards? Because if they're just toolbox cards, I don't think you need that in this deck. Your toolbox is what everybody else is playing. Familiars, elves, and clones. Yeah, but I don't. They're also ETB themed. Okay, then I think Rocco does not fit that. I think this is an expensive tutor that doesn't also ETB and help you out. This would be a cut for me. Hello, Tay. I agree. I really like this. I like this deck. So you have these ETBs. I would replace this Farhaven Elf with the one that looks at like your top cards, Rejuvenator. I just think that's a better card. Yeah, it looks at the top 5, but you can put any land from them on the battlefield tapped. Hi, Grady. Yeah, all the time. We are frequently streaming, and I will be streaming pretty much every Wednesday doing deck techs and deck builds for the show. But yeah, yeah, I know we're looking at cuts. We're looking at cuts. So this one is, it goads the other creature, but also it's flash. That's nice. This has the disturb side. This one also flashes and has flying. Vizier has the embalm. They all have something else. I think you could consider cutting the second Doctor. Your 4 slot is super packed. You have all of the clones. You have also your commander, and I think that this is just not quite enticing enough because it's only a card draw, and your commander does this. Hey! It's the Magic Michaels. Hello, Michael. And Michael. Oh, and hello, Michael. Thanks for the raid. What else are we cutting here? I guess, like, why these board wipes? Like, they're good, and I think they do a good job of solving the problem that you are yourself creating, but they seem out of theme. I don't know that you can cut board wipes completely from this deck, but I think these seem like particularly brutal ones. I like to leave you something behind. I want to say, like, I don't know. The tragic arrogance is especially tough unless you're like giving them the options, but yeah. Hmm. It invites. Yeah, I mean, like, it. I think it's fine. I think my instinct is for it to be something else, but I can't think of exactly what I'd want in that spot. Power Dragon. Thank you. Of course, you were still working. I think this volcanic offering is cute, but it is also it's pretty bad. It's I mean, like, I guess.
Have a good stream, friendo. Off to make YouTube videos. Powered wave.
Yeah. Oh, the exploration. Definitely cut this. You have a commander that does that thing, and you don't benefit much from extra land drops. Uh, yeah, yeah. Hey, man. Good evening. Yeah. Uh. Hmm. What's your thought on this Court of Ardenvale here? Like, I can see that you like you have this double monarch is cute, but I don't know that the card does a ton for you. Like, because you have the same problem. It is fighting for all of the other things it costs 4 in your deck, and like you have so many copies of the things that you want that I don't think I would be worried about this card in this deck. But we have also made a bunch of cuts. Yeah, I think, like, to me this would be a chopping block card. Now, how generous do you want to be with the people that you're playing with?
Awooga!
Hi.
Hi. Do you need anything?
I think not until after the stream.
What do you need?
Oh, I just need to eat, but that's it.
Do you want to eat? You want me to bring you a snack?
Well,
Cheez-Its.
I think this is
Emergency Cheez-Its.
I will survive. Because this is our last deck tech on the docket right now. But
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Focusing on the group hug on the commander. Okay, since Sakashima can copy. Sure. Yeah, this one, both of these can, right? And Spark Double. Okay with more weird stuff, but we're still cutting. Are we still cutting? We're at 99! Like, okay, if we're still cutting, I suggest like 8 cards. Yeah. I'm gonna suggest like 20 cards, but I think you cut a Tali. This card is generically strong and kind of does what you're thinking, but it's not doing it in the same way. So it feels both in theme and out of theme. Everything else you're doing, you're saying, great, I've given you the resources to do a big thing that you want to do, and I am also going to get to do that big thing you did. Itali is not that. Like, it is one of those cards that's just generically strong enough that you could just jam in any deck and it will be good, and it will be better than a lot of other things in the deck. But if you're focused on this theme, I don't think that this is it. Maybe Tempt. I mean, I think Bunnies would probably be the one I'd look at first. But Tempt with Mayhem is if that's the one you're talking about, don't, because this card is really fun, especially in this theme. Yeah, Bunnies, I like. Yeah, this card is fine, but you have more interesting things to do with your time. Also, your only game changer is Teferi's Protection. Oh god, Expropriate. What a nightmare. I guess it would depend. It depends on the resolution. So like turn order is really important here. Anyway, I'm not going to think about that. Is this intended to be a bracket 3? You want to keep it at a bracket 3? Okay, because I think at that point you look at like what else in the bracket can you mess with, but yeah. I think I've come around to saying yes, you can cut copy land here, because you also have some you have like the demonstrate card that can copy a land that has better like range on when it can hit. Yeah, no, not One Ring. I feel like there's got to be I know I still should not be suggesting more things, but Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like Smothering Tithe. Gifts Ungiven is actually a good suggestion because it goes along with your like we're making decisions and I'm using these as political pieces. I think that is a game changer that fits this vibe really well. And it also makes for a good replacement, I think, for your like more your stricter tutors. Like this is a good, I think, replacement for the Rocco that we removed. And it's an iconic card. Yeah, the card is just cool. Yeah. I think the other one that you would consider here is like Smothering Tithe, since your commander is allowing everybody to draw more cards. No one gets mad about you playing gifts. I mean, yeah, it depends. It depends. I think people will be mad at me playing gifts because in the decks that I'd be running gifts in, I'm winning the game with it. But I guess that's that nobody's mad at you running gifts in bracket 3 in this deck. um let's see. If I have to make like any other yeah, get 4 clones. Does this work the way that I want it to? Whenever one or more lands enter the battlefield under an opponent's control without being played, you may search your library for planes, put it on the battlefield tapped. It kind of does, I guess. This is an additional ramp each time that you do this. The recruiters are doubled with Delny. It is nice. Like I can understand the recruiters. I think to me, my personal playstyle, I wouldn't care about the tutors here, but they do find a lot of fun stuff. Um Maybe Rocco. I mean this seems somewhat in line, but you're not like if you're focused more on the hug that the commander is giving, this I also think is one that's supported much better if the second ability also is more relevant. I don't have a lowish mana curver. What do you mean? What do you mean? You have so much. But yeah, I would be on board to cut that. I mean, you have all this early stuff to play. Like at the least you can like I would just replace it then with like 2 mana ramp to be able to play Kaineos and Tiro on turn 3. Because nobody's removing this on turn 3. Oh, there is a new card that you should certainly consider for this. This is Weft Walking. So you cast it, and you get a fresh hand of 7 cards. That's great. That's good. and everybody's first spell is free. What better way to encourage your opponents to drop something real big on their turns? It's real goofy. It's super dangerous, but it feels like what this deck really wants. Should all Cat Kindred decks be able to cast it for free? I don't know the lore. Something Miri. Drop the Estrids. Oh, this does not hit opponent stuff. Hey, look, I also missed it. So I guess my struggle here is that a lot of my suggestions would be focusing more on the group hug part. But it sounds like you're like content with get K and T. They do the heavy lifting in the group hug. Maybe we clone it, and then sit back and wait for opponents to do stuff, right? This also I think is a better choice as a copy, because it also gives you the option. Like, this is actually better than the suggestion for what's its face, Wild Ricochet. Because this also hits abilities. There's also Will's Reversal. Yeah, but that's only a redirect, right? Like, unless you roll high, so 1 to 14 is yeah, choose new targets, 15 plus, choose new targets, copy. So, like, yeah, I guess like, that probably goes more into the theme of this. That's a little where it's a little wacky. Oh, you add your greatest power. Well, we don't. I guess if you're copying your opponent's stuff. I'm going to give you one of my favorite group hug cards. That. I just typed hug. My God. That you should consider just because the card is fun, kind of fits the vibe, but I don't think the deck needs it. This is Kieran the Shipwright. Coral, thank you so much. Appreciate the resub there. Kierden enters or attacks. Every player secretly votes for a player, any player, including themselves, and then they reveal the votes. You draw for every vote you receive, but if you received no votes, you put something on into play for free. This is a very fun card, and seems to kind of fit the vibe, and it encourages, like, it does a similar idea of, like, making sure everybody's got stuff to play. How do I like Plarg and Nasari? I love Plarg and Nasari. I think it is in the same vein as Itali, where it's not quite fitting like exactly what you're doing here, but I think the fact that your opponent chooses one of the cards gives it. I think this is a better choice than Itali for this deck. I think this card is a lot of fun and actually powerful. Like, even if your opponents are making the best decision each time, it's still a good card. So I'm fully in support of this. Yeah, this is a personal favorite that I think is very underplayed. Wandering Cake is worth the slot. Yes, I do. That's what you're doing, right? That's what this deck is all about. Is I've given you a big thing. I would also like to copy it. And so sure, they have the option to pay the extra 2. But this also helps to stop your stuff from getting countered. I think this card is both good and exactly what from what you've described is the feel of the deck. Oh, there's new little group hug thinger. I don't even know what this thing is, but Tataru is totally what you want. Wandering Archaic is bracket 3. Is it? Also, we are in bracket 3. Or are you saying Wandering Archaic is a bracket 3 king? But yeah, Tataru is great. It is group hug as soon as it enters the board, but also synergizes with K&T, because you are likely having somebody that's drawing a card to make a treasure each turn as well. And also your opponents are just going to be drawing more cards in the game of Magic. This is very definitely the kind of thing that you want going on here. It's really good in bracket 3. Wandering Archaic is playable in CEDH. It's not a staple, but it is certainly playable in CEDH. It's certainly playable in bracket 4. Actually, I think it's better the higher up you go in bracket, because the mana is so much more vital to players. like if you want to give it a shot, I encourage you to try this card in higher brackets. It will perform. Like, don't just jam it in anywhere. It's got to be a deck that, can feasibly pay 5 mana for this, but it's very good. Uh, where do we Nanba with K and T? I think this is part of the thing because like your opponents are going to know that this is what your deck does, right? So I think this also works politically where you're like, hey, I'm gonna try and get you all like the resources you want to do your big thing, but like, can I copy that big spell? And like sometimes your opponents will be like, no, but sometimes they'll just let you. And also, you like your opponent has to make a decision. Do I wait until I have the 2 extra mana to play this big thing? Or do I play it early like I've been given the gift to do? Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is it's nice as a political tool to like you can copy people's removal. Because somebody will cast removal and you'll be like, hey, can I kill the other thing on that person's board? And they're like, yeah. Target Zagras? Yes, go for it. I've never seen somebody play one of those decks. Oh, what's that weird... Yorion to reset the clones? That's cute. Actually, Yorion is not a bad call here, since we do have this like sub theme of ETBs. No, Yorion is still very playable because you don't have to recast all of your spells because Appa is right. I'm not missing that. Airbending and other targets you control. Yeah, because you still have to recast these spells. Yeah, Yorion or even just like Brago or something, I think is certainly reasonable. I feel like another funky one for this, because for my group hug decks, I like to have cards like this, because you don't know what you might oops people into. Oh yeah, see, good point. I like the Yorion suggestion here. I would run something like this. I particularly like Everybody Lives. You also have the Teferi's Protection there, but this one I think is just funny. So all creatures, period, gain hexproof and indestructible. Players gain hexproof. Players can't lose this turn, and they can't win this turn. Because sometimes you're just like, oh no, I have kind of messed up here with my group hugginess in a way that I could not really have anticipated. And having a funny out to that, I really like. Speaking of funny outs, this is a very different version. Eerie Interlude, yeah, I think all of those would be fine. What am I? What the name? There's Eon Frolicker and there is Perch Protection. Both of these give your opponent. This actually works as a fog, kind of, because so you're giving your opponent an extra turn, but you gain protection from that player until your next turn. So you can you're like, I know you're gonna swing big next turn. Great. Why don't you take a little extra turn? I just can't take damage from you. until I untap. It's a cast effect? Yeah, you cast it. Yeah, you're not blinking this one. I'm saying you're just running it straight up for the Purge Protection. Yeah, either of these. Excellent. Purge Protection, I would run. Eon Chronicler, I would run. Yeah, because sometimes you do need solutions to problems that you caused that you didn't realize, and those are pretty clean ones. Katara is stupid good. Aku. That's the one that you're casting on your opponent's turn, putting counters on, and then drawing a billion cards. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. How do you feel about running Disrupt Decorum in this? Or similar effects? This is also a good way to, I'm using your stuff that I've helped you to play, but you still have decisions. The decision just can't be attack me. Yeah, Katara might be the best card that they've shown so far for the set. It's really good. And it does particularly go nuts in your deck. Run Archaeomancer. That just brings a thing back, right? I don't think that you need to. Yeah, you have Pinnacle Monk, and also you have functional copies of almost everything in your deck. Missing Balagad? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's also very reasonable here. Um hmm. I think you cut Mockingbird here. Because if we are allowing our opponents to play really big things, then this is not a good clone, because we're not the value of the clone is you're cheating the cost of the thing your opponent played. This one you have to pay full value for. Yeah, your lands, I would be like, you have a 4-color commander. Sunken Palace. I love this card. I think you cut it here. I think this is a tap land that produces 1 mana. Last before you suggest it. Yeah. I think do you need help in adjusting this mana base? a little. Yeah, I think you dropped this. It is colorless mana, even though it filters. We don't really want to be filtering. Adagia, do you do things for us? Copy the copied enchantments. We don't have a lot. I think the fact that this relies on us having copied an artifact or enchantment from an opponent, and then having to station it with our not so big creatures, like this relies on a lot of things happening to work in a way that we want, and it's a tap land that only makes one color. Yeah, same for this. I don't think we need the flash speed at the expense of colored mana. I don't think we need Echoing Deeps. I think I just want a reliable land here. Cool. Those are the ones I would cut here. Maybe Demo Field too. Like, it's good to have some insurance against land stuff, I guess. Forbidden Orchard. Oh yeah. That's yes. That's a great inclusion. Need someone to kill Glacial Chasm. Yeah. That is fair. Yeah, I don't. The mana base is tough for me because it depends on what people have available, what people are willing to get. Because you are in 4 colors. If you have like Mana Confluence and City of Brass, stuff like that, you should be running those. If you, let's see, this, you are running Fetches and Triomes. Like the Shocks would also be good here. I look, I don't like to assume anybody's budget for anything in particular. City of Brass, Mana Confluence. And let's see, what else do you need here? Oh yeah, you would probably run just like Yavimaya here. This is, oh yeah, it's Confluence. Yeah, I think, let's see. If we look at the balance here, you want to run like your I would say Shocks. How can we just run Shocks of everything? Because being able to fetch them all off of your fetch lands is also important. Yeah, what are the colors we need? I mean, like, I think you just run all of them. I don't know why I picked the one with the lowest numbers first. No. I think the bounce lands are excellent here because they work on your end of MDFCs, and you know that you always have an extra land drop. I like bounce lands are overplayed, but I think they are really good here. I don't think that you swap them out. Seiju, Odawara. How much basic searching do you have here? Because I mean, also playing like I Ganjo and Sokenzan are significantly worse, so you probably don't have to worry about them. Yeah, you can bounce a triangle to draw a card. There's so much you can do with these. Um, swap Vesuva for Thespian or add Thespians. Oh, we've been cooking all day. Um, I don't think so. Like, I think Vesuva is fine. Like, the number of lands that you'll need to copy are not that many. And then if something comes into play that you need to recopy, then you just bounce the Vesuva and play it. Yeah, this definitely looks better. Cool. How are you feeling on this, Cecil? Do you have anything else in particular that you have questions about? I do really love this idea for a deck. It's making me want to put K and T back together. Oh, I guess the one other one, if you you may want to, this is probably, you probably play this over the disrupt decorum that I was saying. This has killed so many. This has ended so many games for me. Taunt from the Rampart is really good because you're goading everything, but also you're making your opponent's creatures not block, and they just kill each other. So yeah, that's my final my final option. It's like, you've been greedy. Now kill each other. All right, everybody. Wow, this has been a really good day. We started out with only two deck techs. Let me also get this list for you. There we go. We went through a bunch of really interesting builds today, and I really appreciate you all always showing up here. So don't forget, we do this every Wednesday. Yeah, if any of you are in the Pacific Northwest, if you're going to PAX West, I will be there along with Nerd Girl, and Airball may even show up. But let me know. We'll be there. Yeah. What friends do we have? And thank you, Cecil. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. That's your support. Your support is really appreciated. All right. Friends. Do I see a friend right away? Let's see. Yeah, I'll send you all over to Taffy. That sounds good.